we good? Are we Gucci? Think we're good. Think we are good to go. Think we're good. Okay, yeah, we're definitely good. Bum, 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 bum. Let me turn this off, actually. Close this, close this, close this. Update our levels as well. We have some trade updates here. Let's get a little link thing for this first though, y'all. Little thingity thing. That's odd. Very odd that is.
Like the Fibry trace, golden pocket, I find that place. Perfect body math, no room for waste. I trace slow, she matched that pace. She bounced back like a 0.5 move. EMA touch, she slipped, she groove. Stop, lost tight when she let me in. I risk it.
Is that even a word? Is that even a word? Okay, we have posted it in the Discord, in the cord. Okay, cool. Just need to get Exo on our laptop and then we should be good to get going. Get caught up on anything that we have missed since the last stream. Wow, interesting. Just learned something new on Mac.
not treat me sweet. Golden entry, she bounce and move so admirably. Golden entry, she chop my name like symmetry. Golden entry, she wick that dip then ride for me. Golden entry, I make a moan the man.
Just learned something new.
Golden, precise, calculated love. Just math, Marcos.
No stress, no flinch. Just moves and math.
She love the way I move. I love the way she whine. Price is on cue, and I don't even check the time. Charts move just like her way.
Were we on this?
Every line,
Were we?
math in motion, wrist and ride. Profits drip like wine. Clean, no effort, I glide through trades. Monte Carlo, mind and shades. Lagos nights with London pace. Chart that dip, then ride that wave. Cuban Lincoln, Tokyo Tech. She wet like entries at Fib Respect. She bounce with levels I don't forget. So teach me the game, I just said math. I don't chase, I shift the floor. I'll goes work while I pour some more. You sweat your lot, I sip offshore. Your bias loud, mine built on core. Back to smooth like skin on tan. Wit so clean like the way she stands. She whine to the beat like the RSI. Pull back deep, then we touch the fly. She love the way I move. I love the way she whine. Price sits on cue, and I don't even check the time. Charts move just like her waves. Calculated every line. Math and motion, wrist and ride. Profits drip like
Are all these exchanges looking on here? The quick zoom in.
Whiskey wave with a richer zone. She said, Marcos, you never moan. I said, why would I own the throne? Trade from a beach in Côte d'Azur.
Same story here, and the same story here. Okay, interesting.
TP hit, then the bed get pure.
fill a view while you
Interesting,
stretch
okay.
your fill. You chase hype, I press that chill. Even her body move like a drill. Structure tight, I know the flow.
Interesting.
She rides slow like profit line. One hand trades, one hand wine. She said, you too cold. I said, rewind. The way I move, I love the way she whine. Price hits on cue, and I don't even check the time. Charts move just like a wave. Calculated every line. Math and motion, wrist and
Okay.
ride. Profits drip like wine.
Update our levels real quick, and then we'll yap a little bit. Then get back to the nerd outs. Get back to the nerd outs.
Marcos.
Marcos. No stress, no flinch. Just moves and math.
Might have to do some giveaways because I got some shit that I need to just get rid of, to be honest. Keyboards, etc. Or give that shit away. Trying to sell on Kijiji, but ain't no one trying to buy that shit. Might have to do some motherfucking giveaways. Damn.
Monte Carlo mind and shades. Lagos nights with London pace. Chart that dip, then ride that wave.
What are we missing here?
Cuban Lincoln, Tokyo Tech. She
Eris Kamal, hello. Hello, friend.
forget. Said teach me the game.
How was your long weekend coming along? Oh yeah.
Back to smooth like skin on tan. Wig so clean like the way she stands. She whine to the beat like the RSI. Pull back deep, then we touch the sky. She love the way I move. I love the way she whine. Price it's on cue.
Yeah, X.
And I don't even check the time now.
How am I? I'm well. I'm tired. Tired. How are you? How to get intense leg workout. So I'm tired, and then I did cardio after the fact too. So I'm feeling pretty drained right now. But I just ate dinner, so we should be getting some energy here soon. Yeah, a little energy spike, get some nutrients in our body, etc. It's raining like crazy here where I am though. Holy thunderstorm half the freaking day. I thought I was gonna lose power. I mean, by the way, did the stream disconnects? It's because my power went out. Just saying. Power like never really goes out here, so like I doubt it, but it's possible. My weekend is good so far. I just came back from a run. Show it to you. I don't know. Running is just it's harsh on the knees. I try. I always go through like little sprints, sprints of time, where I do like sprinting and whatnot. But I always end up just stop doing it. I go back to like biking or like stair stepping, etc. Also, I've not spent time like truly nerding out on like the efficient running technique. Yeah, like perfecting my running technique and buying like proper running shoes and whatnot. Like I have running shoes, but not like the type that you need to run outdoors for long periods of time. Because I find it does bug my knee after a while. I did hurt my knee when I was younger playing hockey, so I do have like some lingering pains there sometimes. They count my wins like I rigged the game. I count the L's and pop champagne. They hold their bags and pray for rain. I TP once then switch to live trading. That can't be real. Profit look too clean. Entry too ideal. Y'all got hope and vibes. I got stats and steel. Math so sharp it cut through glass. That's just how I feel. They say I'm paper trading. That must be fake. Thing is, it's not really a long weekend for us. Well, I mean for you, I suppose, but American market is not closed on Monday, so probably gonna be nerding out that day. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let's see what we missed while we were at the gym. So lower this a little bit. That must be fake. Said no one hitting like that. That spread too straight. Said I don't even sweat, nah. I marinate. Cashed out while you still clicking. Check the date. This ain't paper. It's capital. It's coded. It's controlled. You mad cause the math mathed. Got him.
Yeah. I see those prints. You see a gap.
How did that come on? Interesting. It'll be a closed week after in the US for Memorial Day. Interesting, good to know. Good to know. You know, if you notice, right, if you pay attention, whenever there's a holiday in the US that's not a global holiday, there's always some fuckery going down in the market. If you know, right?
let's update these levels, and then yeah, we'll be chilling. Oh, 3, 210.
Sloppy trades, just quiet feels and marble shades. Bugatti skin like a bullion bar. She feel that math from across the car. They said Marco's cold, I said too far. The chart don't move till I raise that arm. Golden Palace in Côte d'Azur. Stop, got sniped, I sipped impure. One motion bought me time and silk. Y'all need hope.
I mean, I switched my keyboard and I keep pressing the wrong numbers on this thing now. Can't type. Okay. Okay, that's all caught up. And in terms of the trades, kind of just update these trades, yes. Let's switch our layout real quick. Well, first and foremost, I added to our long early this morning, right? We had like a little 3 drives going on over here, right? So we did add back to the long. That is this. It was at like, what, 3 or 4 Bitcoin yesterday. Now we're back to 30. So shout out to that. So far so good, but our average price is way higher now, so they need to be mindful of that, right? Don't want to start losing money in that position. In terms of all the alt trades that we had yesterday when the stream ended, moved my stop up pretty aggressively in bet in all of them, right? They were all in profit, but we started to roll over. Like, where was it? It's around here, yeah? It's around here where I got off. But yeah, we're talking about how it's looking pretty sus up here in the lower time frames. On top of the open interest is looking pretty sus too. So I moved up the stops to like where the view ops essentially were, or a little bit higher in all of them. Got stopped out in every single one. Did get back in on Link and AVAX this morning though, which is these two. Bobbing. So we're gonna see how these things play out. I have more orders on AVAX. This is a pretty small position. Cause I have like a fib. I'll show it in a second, but like, I have like a fib on AVAX, and I was like anticipating like a pretty sizable move down, and I'm getting filled with the fib. May cancel it though, right? I'm gonna look at the chart now and kind of get caught up on what's going on over there, but yeah. Other than that, not a whole lot has changed since yesterday's stream. The layout switched, okay. No short though, no short either. We definitely missed like a potential short opportunity on Bitcoin. Where's this thing? Like yesterday's the value area like low was here, correct? I just changed it, but it was like doing one of these again at a value area low at our level. So if anyone that keeps up in the Discord knows I take these trades all the fucking time like that. But this was while I was in bed, so whatever. All good. So we are on the short lookout right now. We are on the short lookout. I'm looking at this negative point of control first and foremost. Because it is a golden pocket right there, right? Golden pocket-ish, yeah. So we'll look at that, then we'll look at the sweeps afterwards. In terms of the higher time frame, we're making a pretty big wedge here, yeah? Making one of these big things right here. So curious to see how this starts to resolve moving into next week. We just got an hourly candle, yeah. Hourly candle just printed not too long ago. Not a whole lot going on. I imagine it's going to be another particularly slow evening, right? It's just like yesterday, not a whole lot going on. We did just have like the Fed meeting, right? We had a Fed meeting, CPI, PPI, etc. We had options expiry, so since the market's a little, you know, he needs to relax a little bit. So not expecting anything crazy today. On top of being a weekend. Same TPs on the long, by the way. I have not changed the TPs on the long.
I just feel. Imaginary marks, no glow, no sound. Came through soft, but broke that round. They never saw, but it came back down. You call that
A boat hit the Brooklyn Bridge. It just got tweeted. What the hell?
Line held firm like a golden brace. You saw noise, I saw math. You chase trend, I trap path. Set that level on a wine stain napkin. Price curve back like it owed me action. Whole move dive when the wick got clipped. Mad don't lie, it just flips. I don't move fast, I just set fate. Market bend, I'm a silent wait. Chart don't fake when the edge get close. And I don't speak.
Interesting. What the hell? This just happened. Is there a video of this somewhere? Can I find a video? Brooklyn Bridge.
You call that random, I call that crown. The wit don't lie, chart don't ask. They think I predict, but I don't.
Just mute to that. Doesn't look that serious. Interesting. Hey, they definitely hit that thing though, a little too high. Did we miss anything else particularly interesting as we were at the gym, or no? Or no? Yeah, and I wanted to pay attention to Binance, BNB. Actually, let's look through all these alts real quick, yeah? Let's look through all of them real quick. Yeah, and this is in terms of the AVAX that I was talking about, the fib. I have this thing drawn on my exchange, and I got filled like on this being at the 618. But I do have orders lower. I have like orders here, 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 kind of thing. But we're gonna check this data for this in a second, because like I might cancel these orders, right? Just cancel the orders, put stop loss break even, and let it do its thing. So right now my stop loss is down here, so quite a ways away. Also, world will reach like below, like more often than not. This is the one way that I almost like. I'm not gonna say lose money, but like, getting filled on fibs like this is probably like the most common way that I lose trades. Like setting limits in advance like this, and then it ends just without ever getting a bounce. But it's pretty unlikely even then, right? If you pick a good fib, pretty rare that happens. If you can like get a good read on the oscillators. But yeah, it does happen time to time. It does happen time to time. I used to do this a lot more. I used to do this kind of like this trade setup where I just set fibs and set the orders a lot more often, but I have started doing that a lot less. Because I did get wrecked pretty hard once doing that. So we don't want to repeat our mistakes, right? Don't want to repeat them. Oh. Oh my god. So let's look at the rest of these alts, yeah? Let's kind of power through the rest of these alts. See if there's any other potential setups. Maybe we can, because that AVAX trade is not that big, so maybe we can get something else right now. A lot of these are having bull divs already, yeah? Bull divs over here. Probably having the larger hidden bull divs too. Okay, interesting. What's going on here? What's going on here?
I see that candle drip. You better hold on tight. He marked the line, now it's sliding slow. Heat in the zone and it's about to blow. Watching the screen while the chat go wild. TP's near and he cracks that smile. Candle low, but the vibes stay high. He don't
Also, I just realized I never set my link. Like, I had the link TPs yesterday, but when I got filled again this morning, I didn't set the TP again in the same spot. Pretty brain dead mistake, but we're not even near there anyways, so let's not get too worried. Set that thing right now. Ba-bing. Same TP as yesterday for link. Where's this thing? Oh, this is the primary one up here. Primarily. Maybe we should front run the naked point of control a bit, maybe lower it. Actually, yeah, we will do that. We'll put it here in case you kind of like dink dink. Sure, she'll check AVAX, right? Because AVAX probably has the same thing. Yeah, AVAX has a naked point of control pure 2 now. Okay. Change that and change this. CVD. Doge. So we were considering getting into a Doge thing yesterday, didn't end up doing it. What's in the higher time frame? Let's turn off the TPO. Let me go look at the AVAX stuff before I forget, yeah, because we do need to decide what to do with the stop loss on that. The rest of the orders, AVAX, analyze. Let's get a looky here at this AVAX data. It's a crazy move, damn. Even with 10x leverage, we get liquidated on this. Maybe we won't dabble in that, right? A little too risky unless we want to like size up with low leverage. Interesting. Naked point of control on both sides. Okay, interesting. Put this on the 5. God damn. Aren't you doing like a failed auction, right? Right at the level? Right at the value area high. Speaking of failed auctions. Bink, 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 bink. To see if we can reclaim the VWAP or not. Or not. You know, a lot of these are setting up like a third drive, right? Like a higher time frame 3 drive, like on the 2-hour kind of thing. A lot of them are setting up some higher time frame 3 drives, potentially. Obviously not confirmed, but... A Vax, a Vax. Why does it show this? There it is.
Yup. Calculator in the lamb, I don't need no luck. Marco's running markets, got these algos starstruck. Charts looking pretty, pockets looking gold. Ops thought they had me, bro, the fib already told. Got him, liquidity snatched, I spot him. Golden pocket hit, I shot him. Fibs line up, can't stop him. Yeah, they over leverage, got him. Math in my mind, I plot him. Breakout fake, I fade, I bottom. They chase pumps, I front run autumn. Every damn dip you know, got him. Billionaire flex, but the risk got no time. Only numbers in my head, Fibonacci on my mind. 30 mil long, I'm calming the storm. CVD whispering tells, that's how legends perform. They still read Reddit, I front run Black Rock. Got scripts and pine while they pray on TikTok. AI in the back end, flows on tap. Front ran a CPI spike, now I nap. Got him, fake out swing, I caught him. Market look drunk, I spot him. Delta flip, I rot him. High IQ risk, got him. Smart money play, I not him. Stop, run low, then rocket bottom. They margin maxed, I mod him. 2 ticks deep, liquidate, got him. Marco's on the yacht, but the chart's still up. 3
Whoops.
screens glowing, sipping Defy in the
Whoops.
cup from OTC.
Muted my ass.
Man so deep, I been where bots won't eat. Perps on cross while they stuck in ISOs. Edge so sharp, I don't need no psychos. Time and sales sing like a damn clairvoyant. Ask how I win, bro, it's math, I'm avoidant. Trend line trap, I taught them. They bullish late, I fought them. Wicks to the face, they rotten. I'm candle god, they fodder. Got 'em. Flash crash came, I bought 'em. Options bleed, I spot the bottom.
swear some people are funny. Got me laughing over here. That's true. Look at some of these memes actually. I do want to get. I want to have like a one long meme potentially tonight, right? Exposure to a meme. For this exact fucking reason, right? This exact fucking reason. 3 of the top 4 performers on this list, memes. Goddamn. I guess I better look at Doge perhaps. A little bit more liquid, right? I mean, I guess they're all quite liquid now, right? At this point, at least these main ones. Okay. Okay. Shout out to the math, right? Shout out to the maths. Shout out to the AI DJ Marcos. What do we do here? We'll leave this one open. We'll leave this here. So watch Binance, right? We are gonna bounce from here. Quite a key level we're looking at right now over there. It's like a whole little region. Clearly a point of contention many times, even going back the year. Fuck, it's too small, fuck. Whatever, y'all can see it, right? You guys can see it. Don't gotta fucking draw the box, right? Don't gotta draw more imaginary boxes. You guys already fucking know. Do we wick below here, though? We didn't get the second wick. Anyways. How much is this percentage wise? This is what, 2.5. Where's my calculator? Where's the calculator?
How you know the bounce like that? Because the fib don't lie. And what if I test that level? Then I'll buy the dip every time. The math is the math, and we don't miss. It's too easy when you do it right. Math so clean it turned dark to light. It's too easy when you know the vibe. One retrace and we both align. It's too easy when you study deep. No chase, we just let it repeat. It's too easy, now the price obey. And we whisper in charts in a sweet delay. How you know the bounce like that? Because the fib don't lie. And what if I test that level? Then I'll buy the dip every time. The math is the math, and we don't miss.
How is this data looking out of curiosity?
Long at the highs, no plan. Chase the green with a trembling hand. Candle wicked, now we don't understand. While I mark that top in the motherland. Fibs don't lie, but emotions do. He saw pump, but I saw through. I sip my tea while the chart unwind. One candle down, now he left behind. You went long where we go short. No bias check, just Twitter talk. That green fooled you into hope. Now you flow while I just coast. Top longer, ooh, you pressed it bad. Now you deep in drawdown looking sad. Top longer, now you can't breathe while I fade that strength and leave.
Interesting.
Top longer, that wick don't care. It kissed your field and vanished in air.
Okay, I think we're good to chill for a bit, y'all. I think we're good to chill for a bit. What do we have here? Oh, we're missing BNB, yeah? BNB. See how Bitcoin is doing, yeah? Is it gonna bounce the value area high or what? Or what? 104.025. 104.025. Above the naked point of control, okay. Order book looking pretty dead. Yeah, definitely some low volume today. Ain't a whole lot going on right now. Update this real quick. Okay.
single day. Top longer, next time wait, don't chase the sun at the wrong gate. Top longer, now you know we mark the top and let it go.
I wonder if my data got breached in this Coinbase hack. 'Cause I'm getting like fucking spam emails from like clearly spammers, right? Like fake Coinbase emails and whatnot. Thing is that I've gotten them before, so it's not like new to. It's not new, so I don't know if it's related to that exactly or not, but we are getting them. Trying to finesse our shit.
You chase green, I chase the fib. You post dreams, I live how I live. You want hype, I want the wave. You hold the bag, I ride the fade. Told you the levels, you didn't listen. Golden pocket, clean precision. Wick off flow, it's all transition, but you let emotions cloud your vision. I'm just chilling in a zone they don't see. Risk defined, yeah, the math chose me. Retail lost in a candle spree. I count Greeks, then I plant my tree. Don't believe the math, no, no, no. They don't believe the path. They follow the noise, then crash. While I just sit back, watch cash. They don't believe the math. Still trade vibes, still move blind. I see numbers, I see time. They see trend, I see design. I don't need luck, I scale with grace. My chart's a mirror, I know my place. Liquidity snatch, I let them chase. Then fade that hype with a poker face. Long at the high, short at the low. One flash wick and it's all for show. They never checked where the delta flow. I saw it coming, they didn't know. No indicators on my screen, just levels, fibs, and something clean. I talk back like a symphony while they still trade on dopamine. They don't believe the math, oh no. They don't believe the path, yeah, yeah. They chase dreams then feel the wrath while I just flow through Marcus graph. They don't believe the math, but still they press buttons without skill. Hope don't pay but stats will. I'm too calm, I don't need thrill. Ooh, I'm floating through like water. No cap, no pride, just order. They laugh then cry by quarter. The market don't lie, it
Okay.
just gets colder. And me, I see through tape. I know that pain they can't escape. Tried to warn them too late. They fought the truth, now watch fate. They don't believe the math, no faith. The numbers never fade, they don't. While they break down and pray, I just compound day by day. They don't believe the math, still blame the chart when they get killed. Trading dreams, not trading skill. I stay real, that's why I build. I tried to show the math, but they don't believe the math. And the math is the math.
But they don't believe the math. And the math is the math.
The math is the math.
They net worth, that's my margin cap. I hit longs heavy like a sovereign tap. I don't chase trends, I bend the map. Made a meal off spreads while they took a nap. Private jet, I don't see no TSA. Charts up live while I let a Central pay. Trade log look like CIA. Strategy clean, they don't play no games. Whole desk glow like a NASA bay. Quantine deep, I just
2-hour candle coming soon. God damn.
Using net worth as my margin. Traded one leg, now I'm charting. Whole block flex when I walk in.
And one thing I will say that when I sat down, you're definitely seeing like the spot players are getting aggressive, right? We're seeing like a market selling is increasing, right? Market selling has been increasing. Yet we're putting in higher highs. So Definitely got limit players in the game, right? Limit players in the game. We'll see, right? We'll see how that progresses. Because we're kind of in the same scenario as yesterday, where if we start to go higher, it's gonna be like bear divs again. So same scenario as yesterday in that regard. Also, we talked about this yesterday too, the point of control, right? How we needed to kind of hold that. Never did. Let's make these a different color, yeah? Just for the sake of this chart. How should we make these? No. Sure. Sure. Like this for now, I suppose. We'll leave on the 2 hour until this thing prints. Oh, yeah, fuck.
Statistics. Margin call, that's a down day flex. Cleared 8 figs off butterfly decks. Whole exchange got me marked as a threat. They trading now, I'm moving steps. Weeklies print like a money machine. Gamma got 'em moving like fiends. I'm in Geneva with tactical screens. They in discords with broken dreams. Yeah. Yeah. The math is the math. They just in the path. I ain't even mad. I just use your cash. Got 'em. Got 'em.
Damn, I have so much to eat still today. I have to like force feed myself at this point. I'm so full. Fuck. I had a pretty big fucking dinner, so I have to yam these calories in. Yam them in. I don't see red. You dream of profits, I wake up fed. Your candle closes my Rolex thread, and your stop loss just pay my spread. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your wrath. Stop hunts feed my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. You bought resistance, that's cute, bro. I to the other side, I run the show. And balance field, that's your grave. Institutional flow, I surf the wave. V-word bounce, I catch that flight. You revenge trade, I sleep at night. You scalp noise, I chart precision. Your broken dreams fund my decisions. Delta stacked, I see the lean. My P&L's fat, your screen's just green, but that green turns red. Then you cry, I'm sipping Bordeaux while you ask why. Math don't lie, but you do. You chase pumps, I move through. Your margin cool, buys me suits. Your liquidation pay my pool. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your rafts. Stop hunts feed my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. From Fibonacci to Black Skull's dreams. I don't chase, I scheme. Wall Street, scared of the king. And retail, you just fuel the machine. Got him.
Band for band in the book, I go stand for stand. Math in my hand, got a plan, they don't understand. Top long, bottom
Okay, speaking of calories, let me go start yamming those things in now, yo.
lost fees, APs on both my hands.
Get something to start yamming in now.
Thicker than the sand,
God damn.
tick for tick. I built this off the math, got 'em. Band for band, this stops here.
Leave this over here like this. 2-hour candle should be printed by the time I'm back. I'm not gonna miss a whole lot on that thing, but
Institutional tactics while they pray
let me charge my phone actually.
along the top, they short the floor on flipping their dreams in the marble floors. Options stack decay on their backs while I'm counting Greeks in the penthouse stacks. Delta hedge, Vega flex, they trading emotions, I'm cashing they checks. They watching Kramer, I'm watching Quant Beta. They chasing candles.
What is that for? Oh,
Market makers envy me. Wall Street wanna send for me.
let me set that over here actually.
Part the book move symmetry. Band for band in the book, I go stand for stand. Math in my hand, got a plan, they don't understand. Top long, bottom short, made them fund my brand. Bugatti keys from stop loss fees, APs on both my hands. Villa views, yacht cruise, bands thicker than the sand. Band for band, tick for tick. I built this off the math, got 'em. Band for band, their stops hit, and I laugh, got 'em. They think it's
Okay,
real, they
nice.
think it's fake, they
We did get into the Doge and Pepe thing earlier, by the way, when we were looking at these. So let's just kind of toss all the trades on screen and BNB too, right? So
institutional prints, I'm bathing in the tape. VW
we are loaded to the gills on the long side right now.
liquidity hunts, I'm the guy. They're fish in a pond, I'm the tide.
Bobbing,
The snipers, camera squeeze, I'm the rider. P&L
bobbing.
flights, why they bag hold to the knife for band.
These things are all going. Yeah, they're all going.
In my hand, got a plan, they don't understand.
Juice, right? See if they actually run this time, unlike yesterday. I mean, yesterday they did run a bit, but then yeah, we ended up rolling over at the end of the evening.
Views, yacht cruise, bands thicker than the sand. Band for band, tick for tick. I built this off the math,
Okay.
got 'em.
I'll be back. I'm gonna get a protein bar, and then later we'll get some like fruits with the Greek yogurt and protein shake. And that will top off our food for the day. We do need to get some calories in our body right now. So far, let's see, we are bouncing up the Valley Area high though, right? So let's see if we clean this poor high up here and then go from there. What's the ATR on this? Okay. Cause on this Pepe thing, we're definitely gonna protect our low, right? Because we're talking about the liquidation down there. If we do come to these lows, it'd be quite the fucking move. So don't want to get liquidated. Obviously, right? We're not little noobs. We'll protect our downside. Did cancel the lower AVAX orders, by the way. But the main reason I had that set is in case I wasn't here, right? So to get filled like when on the computer. But now that we are here, right? No blind limits, right? Ideally, we never set blind limits. That's the not ideal. You want to be here looking at the data, deciding live in the moment based on the data. Okay, I'll be back.
You panic, I'm chilling billions. Back this clean, no guessing. Edge so sharp, I'm slicing your set shot. Front run traps, I don't fall for bait. Along the top, you seal your fate. AI crunching while you debate. I let the numbers dominate. Regression lines got me zoned in. Y'all pray the charts, I clone wins. I don't see candles, I see code. You FOMO and I offload gamma ramps. I ride that lift. Imply balls give me the gift. You tweet your trades like that's a flex. I read your flow and take the rest. Stacking, I don't miss you. Bet on vibes, I bet on risk. I mapped your move 6 days ago. You chase green, I build escrow. I got triggers. While you on Reddit chasing figures, I'm in Bloomberg running digits. Trade on till you're done, no gimmicks. Data, not your feelings. You panic, I'm chilling billions. Back this clean, no guessing. Edge so sharp, I'm slicing your set shot. Front run traps, don't fall for bait. Long the top, you seal.
Also, let's stand for a bit. Yeah, let's stand up for a bit.
The numbers dominate. Probabilities, my therapist. Expected value got me arrogant. Y'all chase heat, I chase decay. I sell the dream, then drift away.
Yeah, damn. Also got ourselves what we got today? Chocolate peanut butter protein bar. Yeah, damn. These ones are pretty fire, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty fire. Thai T-Bite C, I'm back. Hello. Let me read your chat history, cause I'm being honest. I mean, your name looks familiar, but I don't recall what we talked about. I'm being honest. Doesn't even show. Is this like a Chrome thing? I'm curious actually if this is like a Chrome thing or not. Let's try a Safari on our laptop and see. Because it should show the chat history, but it doesn't. It's like it's infinitely loading. I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Where is our Safari over here? Yeah, your name's definitely familiar. Like I have a pretty like It's like a bit of a weird memory in that regard. I just remember random shit all the time. So I remember the first time I read your name, I had the same issue I had this time. Like I was like, what the fuck is it? T-Byte, T-Beat, or whatever. Shout out to you though. Welcome back. I'm curious though, because I'm curious if this is actually a Chrome issue or not. Let's find out. Shout out to you though. Shout out to you. No, it's not just the Chrome thing. It doesn't work on here either. Okay, so I guess YouTube just sucks. I was streaming on Twitch before I started on YouTube. I was like streaming in like a Discord server with like traders, and then on Twitch. But once I made this channel, I stopped streaming on those. Maybe we should go back. Functionality seems definitely better. Stupid acronym I made when I was younger, just never changed it. Makes sense. Makes sense. How are you? Just did a long for soul at 1, or whoops, at 6:30, not when it was 1, nice. Okay. We were looking at this yesterday. Yeah, you got in at the low. You sniped at the low. Oh, were you the guy that I was ranting to about like fucking people like not knowing how to trade? I don't remember. Can I see your channel picture? Interesting. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not. Well, here's the thing. It actually is quite easy. But the thing is, okay, learning all this stuff, like learning all this shit to know how to do this, 2-3 months. The thing that takes time is like getting the experience of like being able to do it like quickly in flow. Like you look at it and you know exactly what to be looking for and when to be looking for certain things. But I mean that comes with time though. You'll be chilling. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember now. And I killed the stream. Right, the stream died randomly by accident when I pressed the button. If I recall correctly, because I'm an idiot like that. Shout out to you. Shout out to you for sticking with it. Yeah, you jumped in head first. You said you didn't know anything back then. Now you're already trading, and you're getting filled up at the low, my boy. My boy. You know what's next, right? It's time to buy a motherfucking super yacht. Shout out to the AI DJ, right? Should we put on some gang shit on the DJ? DJ Marcos? Fuck it. on that gang shit. The biggest flaw right now is my habit of chasing the charts when I see it going up. I try and buy in, then it absolutely crashes. Yeah, he definitely needs to be like okay, like no chart just does this forever, right? even if it isn't gonna continue upwards, it is gonna pull back at some point. So yeah, definitely usually wait for pullback, right? Don't get bullish on the penetration, get bullish on the retest. Like for instance here, right, this is the value area high, we burst through first, then we pulled back. So if you're gonna look to get into a long, like that would have been the time, right? Not only that, but like you can also just like let's say you missed a long on Bitcoin and it's like running already, just go look for a long on something else that hasn't run yet. And I try to buy the dip, does not end well either. The question is like, why are you buying the dip, right? Like, is there some data for you to be buying the dip, or are you just buying it because you see this on the chart? Ideally, there's some sort of edge as to why you're buying that dip. I try and buy the, short. It's hard to say without context. Like I don't have enough like information to kind of provide you more meaningful advice. But, at least you have the right idea though, right? At least you have the right idea. Like you're not longing at the top. You're trying to open a short up here, ideally. Like most trades are gonna be like this, right? You have like some level of interest, and if you want to long it as you're going towards it, you're gonna want to long like the retest. Unless you're like you know how to trade using order flow. In that case, then yeah, you can trade the breakouts. But I'd imagine you're not quite there yet. And same with shorting, right? If you're trying to short like a level below, you want to get like the bearish retest and then get in on the short. If not, then yeah, like, this is where you hunt for the short, and this is where you hunt for the long. Patience is important. Yeah. Yeah. But hey, the fact that you know this, right? Like, the fact that you've just started trading, and you're already identifying all these things, incredibly good sign. Just saying, right? Just saying. Most people trade for fucking years, right? Most of those NPCs you see on social media trade for years, and they still can't recognize the shit you're saying. So shout out to you, first of all, right? Second of all, stop doing that. Especially because I'd assume you're not paper trading by the sounds of it, so like you are wasting money. So let's try and cut that out, yeah. Because even me, like, okay, right now I'm not in a short, right? I'm not in a short, and like the last short opportunity in my mind to have was right here, like right after the stream ended last night, like over in the evening, like light early morning. So now I'm just waiting, right? I'm sitting on my fucking hands doing nothing, waiting for the next short, probably up here, if not higher, right? So paper trading? No, that's good. That's good. That's what you should be doing. That's what you should be doing. So you're doing all the right steps, y'all.
twist. Eyes half shut, but the
No, I have high hopes for you.
so quiet you can hear the scan. Marble floor, she slide on socks. Woke up once, still clear her
I'm reading all the right things.
gas. Off the grid, trade hit profit, now she off my rib. Off the flex, I am the flex. Rose camo rap, can't see the stress. I'm off the mag, off the
Well,
mag,
it's hard to like when you say that I'm making dumb trades, like I don't have enough context to understand like what does that statement mean, right? Like, what are you defining as a dumb trade?
off the lane. Swerving private jet seat, got custom.
Not sure.
Still hit levels while I barely blink. You chase price, I just let it sink. Penthouse, high, no floor below. She throw that back like a weekly low. You set alarms, I set the tone. You click in fear, I glide in zone. Risk AP, but I trade from gut. Math too clean for a single cut. Too bad he's talking about buy and hold, but I'm off this math.
Should we leave that open?
Unfold. Cuban link got gamma weight. My drawdown light like microsteak. You press for pumps, I press for space. Off the walk and I still embrace. I'm off the mad, off the meds, off that loud, still 2 steps ahead.
Boom, boom. Yeah, just make a list now, right? Let's make a list of this right now.
Off the chart, off the lane.
Let's open up a notepad, start typing a little bit.
Still hit levels while I barely blink. You chase price, I just let it sink. Didn't even see the screen. Just felt the bounce. Didn't even plan to feel. It came. That's math. That's lean. That's me.
The only reason I bought the low on Sol was because I kept taking L's. So I said, fuck it. Let me identify a pattern.
You sober and broke, Marcos.
Consistency of it. Yeah, definitely that's a bit suspicious, right? Like what you're describing, definitely a bit suspicious. Like here, for example, okay, like let's look at the derivatives contracts. So we have a better idea. Let's look at the derivatives contract.
Still out trading, y'all. That's ugly, Marcos.
I guess it did sweep, right? I guess it did sweep.
Didn't even look.
That's a higher time frame.
Top shelf loud, that biscotti twist. Walk too pink in a baccarat twist. Eyes half shut, but the entries land. Villa so quiet you can hear the scan. Marble floor, she slide on socks. Woke up once, still clear the box. Off the gas, off the grid.
I mean, definitely some action at this level. If you want to, if you want to look at it the way you're looking at it, definitely some action at that level, yeah.
Can't see the stress. Off the map.
Just put a rectangle on that bitch, so we're on the same page.
Market dead. I still bled green. Fade y'all twice while I sip codeine.
With the wicks, you can see even more.
Private jet seat got custom flame. Still hit levels.
Personally, I kind of gauge my levels using this thing,
I just let it
the VR VP.
house high, no floor below. She throw that back like a weekly low. You set alarms. I set the tone.
The thing I was gonna say about that is like, okay, like if price, like let's say, let's get a pencil out.
Math too clean for a single cut. Too bad he's
Let's say price is doing this,
hope, but I'm off this math, just watch it unfold.
and like it's coming back to the same level and not sweeping that level. Like that's incredibly suspicious, right? Probably don't want to be longing there because quite likely it's gonna like clean it at least and then go.
Off the meds. Off that loud, still 2 steps ahead. Market
But you have the right idea though. You do have the right idea.
y'all twice while I sip codeine. Off the chart, off the lane. Private
The question should be like, what is your edge, right? Because it's not about like the level, right? Like, we don't long or short the levels. You long or short the data at that level. So like you know you should be telling me why you're taking along there, other than it's at that level. Like, is there bull divs, right? Is there hidden bull divs? Is there open interest edge? How's the order flow looking on Solana? Right? How's the delta looking? CBD, etc.
still got rich.
Other people trapped in trades.
Broke. Marcos.
Blah 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 blah. Let's just make a list, right? We'll make a list and we'll put it on the screen. Speaking of which, we already have the notepad open, so let's do that.
Trading, yo, that's ugly, Marco. Bugatti drifting like my last size did. Didn't even look, just placed that bid. Top shelf, loud, that biscotti twist. Walk too pink in a Baka twist. Eyes half shut, but the entries land. Villa so quiet, you can hear the scan. Marble floor, she slide on socks. Woke up once, still cleared up box. Off the gas, off the grid. Trade hit profit, now she off my rib. Off the flex, I am the flex. Rose camo rap, can't seize the
With a sneeze.
off the mat, off that loud, still
Ah,
two steps ahead.
damn.
Market dead, I still bled green. Fade out twice while I sip codeine. Off the
Oh, whoops, wrong keyboard.
private jet seat got custom flame. Still hit levels while I barely
Where were we on this list?
price, I just let it sink. The house high, no floor below. She throw that back like a weekly low. You set alarms, I set the tone. You click in fear, I glide in zone. Wrist AP, but I trade from gut. Mad too clean for a single cut. Two baddies talking about buy and hold, but I'm off this math, just watch it unfold. Cuban lean, got gamma weight. My drawdown light, like microsteak. You press for pumps, I press for space. Off the walk and I still embrace. I'm off the mat, off the mat. Off that loud, still two steps ahead. Market dead, I still bled green. Fade out twice while I sip codeine. Off the chart, off the lane. Private jet seat got custom flame. Still hit levels while I barely blink. You chase price, I just let it sink. Planning to see the screen. Just felt the bounce.
So literally, like every time I watch, I learn like 20 different things and have to go and research. I mean, yeah, that's the point, right? That's the point. A lot to learn. Over here, we're not trading like the typical shit you see on the internet, right? We're trading for real in this bitch. Professional trader certified by the fucking government, boy. Ontario Security Commission's on my ass. Hold on, I'm making a list though. I'm just kind of dealing with something else on my laptop for a second. I like a list of things you can kind of like look up, and obviously it's not gonna all happen in one day, but enough to get you going.
Bugatti drifting like my last size did. Didn't even look, just placed that bid. Top shelf loud, that biscotti twist. Walk too pink in a baccarat twist. Eyes half shut, but the entries land. Villa so quiet, you can hear the scan. Marble floors, she slide on socks. Woke up once, still cleared her box. Off the gas, off the grid. Trade hit profit, now she off my rib. Off the flex, I am the flex. Rose camo rap, can't see the stress. I'm off the math, off the meds. Off that loud, still two steps ahead. Market dead, I still bled green. Fade jar twice while I sip codeine. Off the chart, off the lane. Private jet seat, got custom flame. Still hit levels while I barely blink. You chase price, I just let it sink. Penthouse, high no floor below. She throw that back like a weekly low. You set alarms, I set the tone. You click in fear, I glide in zone. Wrist AP, but I trade from gut. Math too clean for a single cut. Two baddies talking about buy and hold, but I'm off this math, just watch it unfold. Cuban link got gamma weight. My drawdown light like microsteak. You press for pumps, I press for space. Off the walk, and I still embrace. I'm off the math, off the meds. Off that loud, still two steps ahead. Market dead, I still bled green. Fade jar twice while I sip codeine. Off the chart, off the lane. Private jet seat, got custom flame. Still hit levels while I barely blink. You chase price, I just let it sink. even see the screen.
Boom, 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 boom.
Just felt the bounce. Didn't even plan the fill. It came. That's my. That's lean. That's me. I'm off the map. Still building pies. Off the loud.
What was that?
Off the walk. Still got
Okay.
roots
Okay, we're done here. Let's return back to what we were doing.
and broke. Marcos.
How can I tell? 1 second. Let me switch my layout and I'll show you. Let me switch my layout and I'll show you.
They move when I place. They pause where I stop. If you know, you know. The math is the math.
Limits, pivots, I'm setting the tone. Size so deep, price don't move on its own. Flash
Okay, so here, for example, is this right? Well, can you see this? Yes, you can. Okay, so I'm using a tool. If you do exclamation point tools, it'll list them all. The one I'm referring to is ExoCharts specifically. So right now I'm looking at this contract, right? The Bybit contract. This is the pairing, BTC USD, and here I can see. Okay, so on this candle, right here, somebody opened $7.1 million worth of longs. And this one, it was 6 million. So now, in terms of people being underwater, here you can see this, right? On these two candles, we have $14 million in shorts that opened up here. And price, like these candles end here, right? And price is above it. So you know that these people are underwater. They have closed out some of it. Obviously, like 5 million has been closed out, and then some change over here. But generally, these guys are still, most of these positions are still in play underwater. And like I can look at this for every single exchange, every contract pairing. So yeah, that's how. So I can see where people are opening longs, where people are opening shorts, and I can see how open interest in general is trending, right? Ideally, like let's say price is going up. Like if it's like truly bullish, you want the open interest to be increasing with it as well, right? Because if not, then like, all you're witnessing is a squeeze. If price is increasing, this is price, this is open interest. If this looked like this instead, then like you're witnessing a squeeze, right? As price is increasing, these positions are all getting closed. Might be better than gold. Yeah, it's a very powerful tool. Like probably like what. Like I knew how to trade pretty effectively before learning about this, but this was like a pretty big boost to my trading. Like let's say I was like a 93% rated trader out of like 100. That like, and usually the last like 5 to 10% is like the hardest to increase, right? This tool alone gave me like a plus fucking 5 or something. Very, very important to use this, in my opinion. Cause I'm and not only that, but I'm looking at all kinds of stuff on here. Like these candles, you can't see it because I'm looking at it. Like this is a template used specifically to look at CVD and to look at open interest and then to look at the net longs and the net shorts. And I also have this. I'll show you the full thing actually, so you can see the full thing. So I also have the footprint statistics, so I can see like how we're starting to trend. You see how this is going from like a green / neutral to like deep green, and then it also flipped to red. So I can see like how we're starting to trend in terms of the delta and whatnot as we progress. But this is just one of many templates, because this tool, like these candles, you can't tell because I'm not using the same template. It's on my laptop. I'll see if I can show you through the camera. It's gonna be a little bit hard to show you, but let me see how this looks for you. Let me see. Let me open the stream real quick. It's probably gonna be too hard to see. Hold on, let me see if it loads. Okay, it's a bit hard to see, but anyways, the point is that each of these candles, like what I just put on the screen, that's one of these candles, and I can see exactly where people are buying and selling, and if there's any kind of imbalances occurring between the buying and selling, etc. And that's just one of a mini templates, right? I have other templates too. I can see like the order book live, and see like who's getting filled, who has like resting limit orders in the order book, who has iceberg orders, etc. So yeah, very powerful tool, incredibly powerful. Boom, 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 boom. Anyways, back to that screenshot. Where is it? Did I close it? Whatever, I guess I already explained most of it. People have bait million to short and basically lost it. Yeah, but like that doesn't really matter, right? Like, first of all, like a lot of the time, short, especially in regards to short specifically, like the primary use case for shorts is to hedge, right? So the people that are opening these shorts are just simply hedging their spot Bitcoin. So it's usually more telling when you see longs underwater than shorts. But the other thing is like we don't know, like that may have been one order that they got filled on a short on, and they may have like more orders going up, right? So like they don't really care if they're going underwater because they're getting filled more and more and more as the price increases. But yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like 8 million is like with this tool, like I use it every day, right? Like and 8 million is nothing. Like, people are opening like $50 million positions, $100 million positions. So every day, by the way, it's not like some grand. Like, it's not like nowadays, like if you use like Twitter, like X, like, you'll see people being like, "Oh my God, someone opened like a $200 million like long. What do they know?" And it's like, you guys are fucking idiots. This happens every fucking day. You realize there's like fucking rich people that trade, right? Not that there's some fucking like all being insider that's trading, just another random rich dude trading. Doesn't mean shit. Like on FOMC, like a year ago around this time, when was it? Like JP Morgan like lost $1 billion in one fucking day on a trade, and everyone could see in the order book. Motherfuckers got wrecked. Yeah, $1 million isn't particularly meaningful, but it's something. That's what I was telling you. Like social media, in terms of this trading shit, is the tip of the iceberg. Like for instance, like that one dude, what's his name? Like the Indian guy and the Asian guy that got the huge prop firm payouts, like the $2 million. Like the people that are really fucking making that in a fucking day, every day. The little fish in the big fucking sea, it's what that is. Anyways, let's throw this list on screen for you, yeah? We can start yapping a little bit. Where's this thing? Right? 1, identify levels. How can you do that? Also math, right? Let's just toss some math on there. Fibs. So you identify levels, right? So you have volume levels, you have time-based levels. Then there's imbalances related to both of those, both volume and time. Right? So for instance, this black thing right here is a naked point of control on the TPO. So it's like a time-based imbalance / area of interest. Also happens to align with a Fibonacci retrace, right? If we do a little fib from here to here, it's right at the golden pocket. So like you're starting to see confluence among these things at this zone. And then like what kind of edge do you have when price is getting here, right? Like is there oscillator edge, or which oscillator is diverging? What kind of divergence is it? What does the open interest look like? Is there structural edge? Do you have confluence with the S&P or NASDAQ? What's the bond market doing, right? How's the order flow looking for both of these, both in crypto and in traditional markets? Also, ideally, you have some kind of other statistical backtesting you've been doing with like some kind of indicator or something, right? Like for instance, here we're testing 3 standard deviation VWAPs, extremely high probability of seeing reversals at that point, along with the math, right? All the Fibonacci tools, all the harmonics, etc. And that's just some things, right? But like that's like a little quick list to get you thinking. A lot of things to research in here just alone, just on this list alone. Opinions on prop firms? Never used one, so I'm not certain. Because like I know that a lot of them have like a lot of rules around how you're supposed to trade on there. A lot of rules that typically, like for instance, like some of them may have like you have to make 2 trades a day or something like that, which I personally don't like. It's unnatural to how I trade. But the thing is, like they do this to avoid like abusive loopholes, because people abuse prop firms. People I know how to trade, they abuse prop firms because they go sign up for the prop firm, pass the test, and then they like fucking blow the account at one trade. And it's like if the trade hits, they get a huge payout. If the trade fails, they lose like the $500, and they just keep repeating that same thing over and over. So a lot of the rules are to like cut that process out. So it makes sense. But I've never used them to know what the exact rules are though, so I can't give you the best opinion on that. But they're useful. Like if you're someone that doesn't have money and you know like you're like a profitable trader, then yeah, it's like a nice boost, right? Also news, yeah, I forgot news on that list as well. Yeah, exactly. Like let's just look at an example, right? Let's just say oh no, also patterns. I forgot to talk about patterns. Like patterns do have merit. Let's not forget about those. Did I close a notepad? Damn, I closed a notepad. Because I actually want to keep that so next time somebody asks, I can just kind of paste it again. But like, let's just think of an example. Let's just say that price had like came up, like nuked lower. Now it's just starting to come back up again, and you want to get into like a short around this zone, right? Like the golden pocket area-ish. Shout out to the hand drawing, right? Shout out to the hand drawing, by the way, right? The golden pocket. Anyways, so like price is getting to this area. Like let's just say that this was an area of interest you had, and price is getting there. Like ideally, you have multiple forms of confluence forming, right? Because like let's just say you had one form of confluence. Like oh, there's like a bear div here, a hidden bear div. Okay, like that's cool, but ideally there's more than that, right? Because like the more that you have, the more synergy and the higher the probability goes. It's like a multiplicative effect. So ideally, like as price is coming here, you're seeing like shorts getting closed out, right? Like this move up is closing all the shorts that open down here. So like, what would you want to see? You'd want to see something like one. Previous shorts getting closed. 2, longs opening at the top of the move as those shorts are all closed out. 3, like a hidden bear div on the higher time frame, plus like a regular bear div on the lower time frame, right? So like a hidden bear div like this, and then like a regular bear div in here in the local price action. You can also like look for like CVD divergences, right? Like CVD bear divs, like absorption / exhaustion from the bull side / bears. Also like structural edge, right? Like maybe we do like a swing fail pattern as all of this is occurring, right? Like let's say like on the lower time frame here, there was like a level to sweep, and it does like the bink like swing fail pattern. right? So now you have structural edge as well, right? So like what I'm describing now is an incredibly high probability trade setup. And now let's just throw on some more shit, right? Let's say as all this is happening on Bitcoin, S&P is doing something similar, right? It's like coming up to some random level of interest, like one of these red lines, and it's about to sweep it, or it's about to like finish filling a gap. It's like right there, about to finish the gap. Now you have even more edge building, right? As the order flow is starting to turn bearish, blah blah blah. The way I describe it is like the trades should be like writing themselves, right? Like as this is happening, you're looking at the data and being like, oh, interesting, like a lot of edges forming here, probably a trade to take. The trades write themselves. Same. You want to make like 4% day in profit? Oh, you're describing one of the rules. And a max drawdown of like 10-20%. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never used them because I think I didn't know about them when I started trading. Like I didn't know that was a fucking thing, so probably would have been a bit nice to not start trading my own money looking back, but I didn't. So for better or for worse, probably for the best. But yeah, a lot of the rules they have are based around like the abusive loopholes. Because like for example, this is what people would do. Like people like me would go sign up to a prop firm, pay $500 for the test, pass the test, and then have all the funded accounts. And then on like the CPI, PPI, right, or like FOMC, like the Fed meeting, they're putting the entire account in one fucking trade. And if it rips, then the thing has to pay them out, right? And if they don't, then they lose $500, and then they just repeat, do the same thing again. Which is pretty fucking lulz, actually. If I knew about this back then, I would have been doing the same thing. And I'm sure there's like a shit ton of like weird things people do like that, right? That's why they have all these rules to begin with. Like it's because people are abusing it. What time frame should be the go-to right now? I'm using 1 minute for scalping, 1 to 5 for general trading. No, I mean, whatever. Each to their own, right? There's no like. Keep in mind, everything that we're discussing right now is like subjective, right? I'm describing things that I do. I'm one of like many traders, and a lot of people trade very differently to what I do. So like, there's really like no right or wrong. It's more like, did you have a level of interest, and did you interpret the data correctly, or like follow your plan based on whatever your plan is. But in terms of the time frames, like I use them all. Like I always have the daily open. I'm always watching the weekly as it develops, right? Even like even the higher time frames. Like that's why I have all these up here, because I'm looking at all of these on a regular basis. Like if you watch me stream, you'll see I'm always like flipping through them all, getting an idea. But I always have the daily open. I always have the 4-hour open. And then I'm sitting on the 30-minute here, and then the 5-minute over here. But typically I only use like the 1 minutes to like enter a trade. Like I never just sit here just all day like looking at the 1 minute. So it's not enough context, right? Like imagine I gave you this chart, like the daily chart, and all I showed you was this. Dude, like you don't have any context, right? So like, and like that's essentially the same effect as like looking at a chart on a 1 minute. Let's just put it on the 1 minute. Like if we're looking at this, like there's no fucking context of what's actually going on in price action. So like you have to use a higher time frame to get an idea of like what's really going on. But with that said though, there are people that trade only on the 1 minute, right? Like they have some strategy that's like based on like, okay, if the price is at a level or does a certain pattern and the oscillators are looking like this and this other data is looking like that, then I'm just gonna take the trade. And they don't care about the higher time frame. The thing is, like, trading on those lower time frames is like very order flow driven, right? Because like that's what's controlling the price action, is the order flow at that moment in time. Like what we're witnessing right now is like the result of people buying and selling in the moment. So if you're not trading using order flow tools, this is not effective. You should not be doing that. And also, like, you are quite susceptible to getting baited a lot if you're sitting on the 1 minute. Like you'll be seeing this right now, like on like the 1 minute, and be thinking to yourself like, oh, it's trending upward, right? Like higher highs, higher lows. If you click on the higher time frame, it's just like fucking like nuking lower, and you're just witnessing a small bounce. Like, let's say this is a 4 hour. Like, let's say what we drew. Okay, like right now this is the 1 minute, right? And let's say on the 4 hour, this is what the chart actually looks like. And this price action we're witnessing here is like this portion. So in reality, like you're like a massive downtrend. But I don't know. The thing is, I'm not really like a trends trader. Like I typically trade like inflection points. So, and like what that means is just like I'm trying to trade like here and here. But I do get in on the middle of moves though if I missed it, if I wasn't on my computer. Assuming the data supports like me getting in. But to me, these are like the best times for the way I trade, right? Because it's the lowest risk, highest reward. Not enough context, yeah. Swing trader, what I do? Not really, like, it depends, right? Like, cause, okay, so I leverage trade, right? Like that's like where you're watching me do on stream is like leverage trading. And like really, I'm like scalping, right? Like I'm taking I'm scalping. But if the position, because I think here's the thing about trading, right? Is like I don't. Okay, like let's say we're on the 5 minute and we're looking at for an entry on a trade right now, right? Like it's at a level of interest. Like okay, let's say we're watching this level, and price is getting up here on the 30 minute. So I'll drill in to like the 1 minute or lower. Sometimes I'll even be on like the 10 second, the 5 second, looking to get an entry. But anyways, it's at our level and we're looking for an entry. In the moment, like that whole list we went through, right? Like the list of like checklist of things I'm looking for. Like, okay, like those things will all be true, right? Like there'll be like structural edge, there'll be divergences, blah blah blah. But that's only true in the moment, right? Like 5 minutes from now, all that shit could be invalidated. Like I can't predict the future, nobody can. I can't predict the order flow. Like 5 minutes from now, some fucking like Saudi oil prince might just fucking pull up and just drop like 200 fucking mil in the market. No one can predict that. So to me, every trade starts off as like a scalp, and then if it ends up running, like past more and more levels, then so be it, right? Sick, amazing. If it doesn't, then that's okay too, right? But that's just in regards to my leverage trading. Like when it comes to like buying spots or like higher time frame like traditional market positions, then yeah, I'm like swing trading more or less. Like I'm trading the daily, like the weekly charts, the 4 hour chart a lot more. So I do mix everything. It just depends like what asset I'm trading. When I'm trading Bitcoin, I'm like treating everything as like a leverage trade scalp. Let me sit my asset back down. Also, like, you know, and that's why I find it funny when people are sitting here on like sitting here talking about price action like a week from now, like a month from now. I'm like, you guys are fucking idiots. Like, no, like, how are you trying to predict that? Like, yes, obviously you can see like higher time frame trends building and whatnot, but at the end of the day, everything can switch in the moment, right? There's no guarantees. The thing is, stop loss and take profit, I I knew no. I knew no. Okay, you're fucking my brain up with that one. Then it goes down and never touches my take profit again. Well, you have to be prepared for that, right? You have to be prepared for that. So for me, for instance, like let's say I get into only day I said take profit. Okay, let's get some clarity here. Let's make sure we're on the same page. Okay, so earlier today I reloaded my long. Okay, I've been in a long from like way fucking down here from a while ago, but I took profit on this move up. And then I didn't trade the rest of the time because like I wasn't where you're seeing me. I was traveling at home. But anyways, so my long was looking slim, right? Thing was looking slim. So on this move, it's like bink, bink, bink. 3 drives plus there's other confluence building here. I reloaded my long bag, and I know where I'm gonna be TPing on that long, right? I like wherever my TPs are, I already have them set in mind, along with the stop for that position. So like let's just say for example, like this was my first TP, and price like gets up to like here and starts to like roll over. What I have been doing typically lately is I'll draw like a fib at that point. I'll have like a fib drawn, and if it starts to retrace back past certain levels, I start to take profit because I'm not gonna fucking round trip the whole fucking trade, right? So, or you can hedge. You can open up a hedge to protect the gains that you made on that position. Right? So you're at like let's say the price comes up here, starts to roll over, then you open up a short of equal size. And then you're at that point you're delta neutral with these profits like secured, like locked in. So lots of different ways you can play it, right? Lots of different strategies for that. The only day I said take profit, and I broke even basically. Hard to say, because the other thing is like, let's say that you have let's say your TP was here and price comes here and starts to like pull back a bit. You also have to be able to identify like, is price pulling back here because like there's a shit ton of bearish edge presenting itself and like price is actually gonna roll over, or are we just doing a little bit of pullback before it continues? Right, so you have to be able to like interpret the data in the moment and get like a feel for what's really going on. So like, for instance, like if I got in the long here and price is like about to get my TP, because like this happened the other day actually. Where was it? Oh, it was here. It was these sweeps right here. So like, I was in a short yesterday on stream actually, and it came down and got the first level. Let's just remove the TPO. So I had a TP on the shore, I think it was like on here, and then another one here. And price came down, and then it never got my TP. But there was no like bullish edge at the time, so we trusted in the math, right? Trusted in the data, trusted in the math. Ended up coming down and getting the levels, right? But you have to be able to like interpret the data and know that that's more likely to occur or not. Which takes time, right? It's not easy to do, especially if you're just starting out. But generally that's the idea, right? That's the general idea of how you want to be operating. Not sure if that helped, but where are we?
Rotation clean, I ride that breeze. I bid where price just love to breathe. You talk big candles, I talk curves. You chase emotion, I watch the nerves. POC got me centered in peace, where you panic by highs on zero relief. I know the auction, know the range. If it's out of balance, I don't engage you in the trap.
Extra charts are gonna help so much. You can see what people are doing more. Yeah, it is quite helpful. Who the fuck is this? Interesting. Yeah, more information always helps, right? Like that thing you typed, like the exclamation point charts. Like I'm using like, all those things while trading, right? I'm using more than that too. That's not even like a full list. On top of all this stuff on here, right? Like all the indicators I have on. Like people are like, "Oh my god, how do you have so many indicators?" I'm like, how do you not have them? Like, this gives me so much information that I trade with. Like, how the fuck? I don't know how people sit here and trade like this. To me, it's fucking crazy. Like, obviously, it can be done, but it's extremely inefficient. No, in crypto, it's pretty easy to leverage trade. You just sign up for an exchange, right? That offers leverage trading. Simple as that. But yeah, on a prop firm, it's the same thing, right? Because essentially, you're leverage trading on a prop firm. Yeah, leverage trading is a very powerful tool, though, right? Very powerful. I mean, that's the reason I quit my job. As soon as I got access to leverage trading, I quit my fucking job. Like, that was a deciding factor for me. Like trading is like a not trading, but just in general. Like this is like a mountain. And like this is like your ball of money. And ideally you want the ball, like the snowball of money to like roll down the hill and grow, right? Get bigger and bigger. The thing is that leverage trading allows you to like immediately amplify this ball, right? Like, let's say I have $1,000, I can immediately be trading with 10,000. So on the flip side, you're amplifying your losses too, right? So first and foremost, manage risk. That is what trading is, right? Your trading is you being a risk manager. It's the most important part. You can be a fucking mediocre trader, and as long as you manage risk properly, you're gonna make money. So yeah, that'd be the main thing I would nerd out on, is managing risk. Like they're professional traders who have like 20% win rates, right? Just a matter of not losing a lot of money when you're wrong. Not blowing all your account in one trade, etc. Shit like that. Don't go blowing your account. What's going on here? Oh yeah, fuck. The thing about leverage trading though, it's not like not necessary per se, right? You don't really need to be leverage trading. Like there are a lot of people that trade perpetual futures, like leverage trading, but they only use like 1x leverage. Like the only reason they do it is because like it's more liquid than the spot market. Also during a trade. That's funny. I mean, if that happens to most people, I mean, first of all, you probably should have like the stop loss, right? How did that even happen? Should probably have a stop loss. Also, I imagine you're not sizing your account particularly well if you grew it that quickly. Like that's a lot to make with a $10,000 account in 4 days. You double your account in 4 days. You must be having some like pretty, risking a huge portion of your account every trade, I'd imagine. Oh yeah, is Trading Light working yet? Trading Light, trading at lights. No, it's not. Yeah, you should always set the stop loss. Or in my opinion, some people don't agree with that, but I think like here's the thing about stop losses. Okay, if you want to have a better idea of what I'm talking about, go watch the actual video on my YouTube channel called it's called like, can you out trade smart money? I think that's what the video is called. Was it? I just lost my train of thought. What was I about to say in regards to this video? Let me open it. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, I talk about like the mechanics of like the game, right? Like in terms of being somebody with like a large account versus somebody with not. Because like if you have like $20 billion in the market, you can't just set a stop loss on your fucking trade. Because if you start to sell out of your position, the market's gonna like nuke, like single-handedly, right? So like being able to use stop losses is a luxury that you have when you have a small account. Like even me, right? I'm still fortunate enough to be able to have that luxury, right? I don't have billions of dollars yet. But the thing is, as your account grows in size, you start to suffer more and more from slippage. So while this is not impacting you, right? While slippage is not impacting you, you should be abusing stop losses as much as possible. Because you can get in and out of the market without any issue, without losing any money. Like for me now, like when I enter trades on my exchange and I like just market smash an entry, like a market entry, the chart on my exchange fucking moves. So like I have to account for the chart printing when I enter and exit trades. And even then, I'm still able to abuse this, but like the more I grow, the less I'm gonna be able to abuse that. So I'm a huge advocate for using your stop loss. Like, and me, most of my trades, like if I had to like plot out my trades in a pie chart, probably like 60-70% I'm getting stopped out break even. Because I'll enter like a long, for example, and as soon as it starts to go and changes structure, or it passes like a certain threshold using the ATR, like let's say my stop loss was here and I entered here, and the trade starts to run up, then I take my stop loss and put it break even, or in tiny profit. And then if it comes back and gets me and then starts to go again, I just get back in the trade, right? So like everyone should be abusing this strategy as much as possible while you are fortunate enough to be able to do so. Because once your account gets to a certain size, this is no longer an option for you. So yeah, my advice on that. Also, yeah, using 50x leverage with no stop loss, especially if you're using like a cross margin, like you're not using isolated margin, is fucking pretty ridiculous, right? Just being blunt. And that's how you lose your fucking money, right? Because 50x leverage is a lot too. A lot. Not saying you can't use it. Like me, like I choose my leverage. Well, lately I've just been sticking to lower leverage because I'm trading with more money than I usually do because I was waiting to get filled on my spot bags. I had orders on my spot in the spot market, like in this range, right, like this, but I didn't get all of them filled. So all the money that I had down here in these lower regions, I'm like using to trade actively now. Cross margin, so like most exchanges offer two kinds of margin. Like you either have a cross, like one cross, two is like ISO, in cross. So like, let's say I have $100,000 in my account, then this $100,000 is shared between all my open trades. Whatever trade is using cross margin is sharing this $100,000. Whereas with ISO, I have $100,000 in my account, and I allocate like, I don't know, 1,000 to that trade. So my margin on that trade is at $1,000. So if this position gets liquidated, I only lose 1,000. Whereas if you're using cross margin and like it moves against you, you can lose your entire account on that trade, right? If the margin doesn't cover that move down, your whole account's gone. So yeah, ideally you're not using cross margin on high leverage. And you have to be very careful with this because I've seen it on Twitter. People that are using like 3 to 5x leverage on cross margin, thinking they're chilling, and then one day we get like one of these like yee, and they just fucking lose all their money, get wrecked. So personally, I would advise to just stick to ISO, have a set amount, however you're determining how much you want to risk per trade, stick to that. Set your leverage multiplier accordingly based on that, right? So like, let's say I'm gonna enter a long here, and my stop's gonna be like here somewhere, and you only want to risk $1,000 on that trade. Then you need to figure out what leverage multiplier makes it so that when the price gets here, you lose $1,000. Because yeah, if you don't know what you're doing and you get wrecked using cross margin, you never want to lose your whole account, right? You're at risk of blowing up your entire account. It's crazy. It's crazy. All fucking crazy. I generally go for a R to R, 1 to 1 to 5.5. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if 1 to 1 is the best, but like me personally, I don't like really like I used to do this, right? When I first started trading, I would be like, yeah, let me like plan out my trade and like whatever. This is the RR, blah blah blah. But I've like moved away from doing that. Like if anything, I track my realized R if you want to look what that is. But in the day, like okay, like so I entered along like here, right, in this range down here. And I have TPs all the way up to here in this area, right? I have TPs all the way up to past this yellow or red box. So like, yeah, sure, it's a 35R trade, but is it gonna pay out like that? Realistically, probably not. Probably not, right? So I just enter the trade. I manage my downside immediately, and then if my TPs get hit, they get hit. If they don't, too bad, right? Part of the game. I mean, yeah, it's a good way to go about it, right? Ideally, you don't want to, like you don't want to be taking trades where like the RR is like this, right? You don't want to be doing like below 1. What the ideal value is, I think a lot of people aim for like 2 to 1 at least, because it works like your risk reward is like has a relationship with your win rate of your strategy. Like it's not like directly inverse, but like somewhat close. Where are we on this playlist? On this Marcos AI playlist. Also, let's kind of remove all this crap. Actually look at the chart. We haven't been paying attention at all. It's in here yapping. All the data looking out of curiosity.
shift the space. Whole chart move when I press that place.
Imagine that live, a lot so light, but they call that top. You draw zones, I draw plot. You click late, I click not. Price come down like it owe me props. Villa flow cold, but the
Interesting.
stay warm. Imaginary grid got candle forms. You trade hope, I trade storm. Pivot so sharp, price screen conform. Whole chat shook, they think I cheat. One touch bounce, then chart repeat. Every line sacred, every zone elite. Invisible ink made a setup
Every
complete.
line bounce to the pixel. Price tap once, chart get brittle. No
So we can leave that there.
still enter. Bot got filled and flip like Kendall. Imaginary line they think is fake. Price pull back then kiss that base. Big lot size, I shift the space. Whole chart move.
Yeah, exactly. That's like the general idea.
Precision. Facts. One touch. Click. Marcos.
But like a lot of people also don't trade how I do, right? Like a lot of people like they are
Then it bounced.
like they'll have this trade in mind, whatever it may be, like that. Like let's say this was the trade. And like they won't move their stop loss. Like their strategy is based on just repeating this trade over and over. And they're okay with getting stopped out, which is fine. It is fine, right? Like if you do have a strategy that is profitable, you don't have to like move your stop loss break even as aggressively as I do. Just personally for the way I trade. So like the way I look at it is pretty simple.
Red means mine.
Let's just throw on
Red box drawn, price tap clean. Pistol
uh
hit that beam. Other boxes look real.
okay, so like this is like winning trade.
Charge twice. Red box bleed. Wick get stuck.
Winning trade, and then this is like move stop loss.
But it folds your trend. Price go ghost when I set that in.
Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, so if I have a winning trade, I make $100, regardless of if I move my stop loss to break even or not.
No glow, just a red square and a price that froze. Back this show how I melt that wick. Line too light, but the edge too
But if I didn't move, let's say it's a losing trade,
call it zone, I call it. Red box
and I moved my stop loss, I lose nothing.
perfect. Hit that beam. Other boxes look real.
If I didn't move my stop loss and it's a losing trade, then I'm losing money. Right? And this is the only scenario out of all of these where I lose money. So like me personally, I try to cut these out as much as possible. Because there's an infinite amount of trades, right? There's an infinite amount of trades. There's always another trade. And sure, sometimes I stop myself out of winning trades, but I don't care because A, I can get back in, and two, if it runs off of me, I don't care because there's gonna be another trade down the road. There's gonna be another trade at some point. The whole point is I'm cutting out losses. I'm not losing money needlessly. Cause at the end of the day, that's the thing, right? Like remember how we were going through that list of like, okay, there's like the bull div, there's the open interest edge, there's blah blah blah. All those things could be true, right? And be a highly probable trade. It's not guaranteed because you can still just end up rolling over or whatever. So, me personally, I like to protect my money at all costs. First and foremost, I protect my money. Gaining it is cool, but I'd rather not lose it than gain more. Like you can't have like the pros of compounding growth if the base that you're compounding off of isn't growing. So yeah, but like that's pretty subjective, right? Like that's just me. Like keep in mind, like you don't have to trade how I do. A lot of people don't do that, and they do just fine. It's more about finding what works for you, right? What resonates with you the most. But what you're saying is correct about the math, right? If you have like a 3 RR trade, then you can have like a 50% win rate and be making money.
Marcos Midas, I press they guess. Midas, no turn charge to change. Gold on gold when I touch that range. She drop low when the levels bang. TP hit like a royal name. Midas mind, trade with grace. Wine that costs more than they base. Gold set deep in the watch face glass. Don't ask price, just know it pass. Golden ratio wrapped in tone. She ride like price through custom zones. No stress clicks.
I'm just one of many. And I also don't know everything, right? Let's keep that in mind as well. I don't know everything. At the end of the day, I'm just some random guy on the internet who learned how to trade on his own. I don't work in high finance, right? I'm not sitting here with fucking Millennium, Jane Street homies. Or do I, right? 'Cause we do have some connections. Ain't talking to Larry Fink though. How long did it take you from learning the basics to leaving your job? One second. About like a year though, yeah. I think it was a year. Where's this charts? I started learning like around here. In this region-ish. So I started trading spot like in this region. And quit my job here. So a year basically. With that said though, like I used to play video games professionally. So like the whole like game theory aspect of this stuff, like I'm already like very familiar with. And not only that, but like the whole process, because think what trading is. It's like an iterative process, right? Like you're like doing something, you're repeating something, and then every time you repeat it, you're like learning something, right? So like let's say in a video game, like I don't know if you play any games. Like you know Counter-Strike or like Valorant, for example, or Call of Duty. Okay, so like okay, so you know them. So like spread plays. We'll get to that in a second. I'm gonna finish my rant here, and then we'll go look at Litecoin. Okay, so Counter-Strike, right? You load into the map first round, first time ever playing. You're like on fucking Dust 2 or whatever map, and you like run out long A and get fucking dome ripped. They pop flash the corner and rip your shit. It's like, okay, next time let me not do that, right? Let's iterate and redo that differently. And then the next time you go, you like wait for the flash and then you peek. And then they like rip your head off again. And you're like, okay. Next time, let me wait for their flash, and then I'll pop flash for myself, and then I'll walk out the door and take the gunfight, right? So you're doing the same thing over and over, and like repeating as you go. It's the same thing with trading, right? That's how you develop a strategy. You're doing the same thing over and over, and then like keeping what works and removing what doesn't. And yeah, the whole video game aspect, a lot of people think of it that way. It's like it's actually funny because I watch a lot of interviews with like traders on YouTube, and a lot of them actually say the same thing. A lot of them came from like a gaming background. Because like the skill set to become a professional gamer or like really good at a game is the same skill set as it is to become a professional trader, more or less. Also, Litecoin, LTC. I mean, it depends. Like, when you say thoughts, like, what are you asking exactly? Like, are you trying to trade this on like the daily, the 4 hour? Are you scalping on the 1 minute? Like, I don't. No context really.
Imaginary to you, but not the price. Drawn 2 weeks back, still hit twice. No confluence, no fib, no hype. Line too clean, like the math got sliced. Chart slow down when it near my zone. Wig tap light, then momentum gone. They thought breakout, I thought fade. I was 10 pips.
So probably need a little bit of context before I answer that question or start to dive in a little bit more.
Line invisible, weight still known. Yo, hold this is died on a level I own. Imaginary line still print real. Price hit once and sealed the deal. You press buttons, I press steel. Chart show chaos, I just feel.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Even like some guy I used to know who played Dota 2 professionally. He trades now as well. Same with what's that one guy's name? What's his name? Like the Lance Brightstein or whatever his name is. Yeah, Lance Brightstein. He used to play games as well. Pretty good interview actually. Like, it's very rare I watch an interview with a trader and I agree with most of what they say, but this one specifically. Let me just get the link for it. A pretty interesting watch because I agree with most of what he said. Also like a good way to like kind of see like the mindset of people and more in depth. A little suspicious, by the way, that we're rolling over here on Bitcoin, right? We are starting to do one of these potentially, right? The value area high, with all these unswept lows below us, so little suspicious.
Smoking on bear pack, rolling up bears in the wood. Red candle bait, thought they understood, but they bottom tick fear, I knew they would.
30-minute candle coming hot in 10 minutes.
They saw breakdown, I saw the base. They short of strength, I bought their place. Smoking on bear pack, rolling up bears in the wood. Red candle bait, thought they understood, but they bottom tick fear, I knew they would.
Yeah, on that YouTube channel, a lot of pretty interesting interviews. Although I wouldn't take them all to heart, because there's some people on there that are a little questionable as well, right? A lot of questionable traders on there. And sometimes I'm watching those interviews shaking my fucking head. People are literally bots. They need to put your boy on that thing. See if we sweep the 4-hour lows, May 15.
Low got swept, they jumped on panic. I held that bid with math organic. They won't crash, I want the zone. They sold support, I took the throne. Oak tray full with the bear pack spark. Their stop loss bought this candle art. Mo Mips and ran, they called it dark, but that red they love. Just my start. Smoke trails where the shorts once ran. They fought the trend. I played
This low? Yeah, that's probably getting swept. Well, like it's getting swept, right? Like you did like a failed auction at this level, then you like failed the bearish retest. Extremely likely it's probably getting swept. I mean, I'm not looking at any data. Keep in mind, right? I don't have any data open for this right now. I'm looking at a naked chart with you, but I'm suspecting that's gonna get got. Especially if Bitcoin starts to roll over too, right? Which looks like it's starting to do. A lot of imbalances below as well. How are the oscillators looking on this? Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at some more advanced data to get a real idea of how much liquidity is sitting on this wick. But I'd imagine, like, how does it look on derivatives? Litecoin on derivatives. Yeah, quite likely that's gonna get swept, I'd imagine. Do I have access to Litecoin open interest data? Let's get a look. Let me do my laptop because I don't have the template. Look. We do have some data, so let's go look at how much is sitting on that wick. It's on the 30 minutes. Should we put on the 4-hour? How much is that? 700. $8,000. Yeah, I mean, you have like $20 million in open interest down here that's gonna go underwater if this gets tapped, so looking quite likely. No signs of absorption either on the CVD, etc. And let's read the rest of this. Put this back on the other charts. One thing, doing it full time, I hear people start getting stressed out, making bad trades due to them having to pay bills, having in the back of their mind. Yeah, some people do it. Personally, I don't. It doesn't matter to me. I don't really care. Like I used to play like to me, trading. Okay, if I used to play. Okay, let's just write the fucking list down, right? So like Call of Duty. Okay, the professional, like in Call of Duty, okay, and then like top like 0.000 whatever the fuck it is, 1%, like slash like top 500 in like Dota 2, CS:GO, Valorant, Overwatch. Used to play Halo like a fucking nerd, etc. Like all these games, okay. And I'm fucking telling you right goddamn now that doing this shit is 100 times harder than trading. 100 times fucking harder than trading, right? Because like think about it, in a game you're like constantly. Well, first of all, it's like high stress, right? When you're playing Call of Duty or like Counter-Strike, it's like a fucking SWAT team. It's like a live action SWAT team situation. Obviously, you're not gonna actually die, but you're on edge the whole time, like trying to react as quick as fucking humanly possible, non-stop, while coordinating with your team in like situations that are constantly evolving. So it's like rapid information. I can't even speak. Rapid information processing over and over and over and over and over and over and over, non-fucking stop the whole time. There's no breaks, right? Whereas in trading, I'm literally sitting here fucking like waiting, right? I'm just waiting for it to come to my level, and then when it gets there, does the data support the trade? If yes, take the trade. If not, no. So like not particularly a high demanding, or like it's hard in my opinion. I consider this 100 times fucking harder than trading. So I feel no pressure or stress doing this shit. To me, it's like a fucking joke. Like I'm starting to get bored of trading, to be honest. But anyways, not even gonna go down that route. So yeah, no, nothing really fucks up my process, right? Like, all I'm doing is looking at a bunch of data and like, does it support the trade or not? Not particularly difficult, in my opinion. It's hard to tell the difference, I'm telling you, man, from the fakes and the real. I think it's pretty obvious, right? I think like if I were to open a Twitter feed right now and start to scroll down and see the suggested tweets, it's pretty obvious, right? Because think about it, what do you see 90% of the time? Someone goes on like Twitter and says like, I think we're going lower, and that's it. That's their analysis, or like maybe some minor data thrown in there. Right, so as soon as people aren't mentioning any kind of data, you already know they're fucking LARPing, right? Like, pretty fucking simple in my opinion. But yeah, those interviews. Another thing you have to remember about trading, right? And those interviews, why I say to be a little bit careful, is because like trading is like a video game, right? And in video games, what is there? There's leaderboards, and there are a lot of profitable traders who aren't in the top 500, right? Like this is a game where you can be ranked like I don't fucking know, 111, 111, and you're still profitable. So you have to be careful with the people that are in this group. Like you don't get fooled by thinking, oh, this person made money or whatever, therefore like what they say is gospel, because that's not always the case. And more often than not, these people, you're not gonna find them online, right? The people that are extremely high ranked, they're not on social media. You don't see them. Like Aguila Trades, like if you look at Aguila Trades or like any of those people that are on the top of the Hyperliquid leaderboards and whatnot, they're not on social media. So, but also some good interviews too. Like in my opinion, I'll just watch them, and whatever makes sense to you, implement it. Whenever it doesn't make sense or seems a little suspicious, stay away from it. That's the way I did it when I was learning. know you said you always want to be more low-key guy for safety and quality of life. Do you think the lifestyle creep will affect you? No, no. Because if it was, it would have already happened, right? Like the only thing that I bought since I started trading is like a new laptop because I got into a car accident. And my laptop burned in the car. If I was dating somebody, yeah, maybe I would spoil them and start to be a bit more like lavish in regards to my spending. But I'm not, so I don't do anything. Like me sitting here on stream, this is what I'm doing every day, right? Just trading, chilling on my computer, and I go to the gym. That's it. And then go out for dinner or lunch here or there with friends. Oh, I hear Canada is expensive. Yeah, it is. It is fucking expensive. They tax us I pay more than 50% in taxes. 50% of my money is gone to tax. More than that. So, pretty fucking ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. Part of the reason why I want to move. Oh my god, no. I took a short here on this breakdown, but like, when I was trading the alts, I had like my cost, like unit, set to like US dollars. And when I'm trading Bitcoin, like I'm using like a coin margin contract, so I set my entry to be like 30. It's supposed to be 30 Bitcoin into that trade, and it's $30. Fucking, that's ridiculous. Fuck. It feels bad, man. Oh well. Oh well. We got our stop out right now anyways, break even, so regardless it would have been a free roll where we got stopped. Damn, motherfuckers. Let's switch that back, right? Let's switch that to back. Feels fucking bad, man. Well, I mean, I know Canada's expensive though. The thing is, I don't know how like our cost of living compared to other places, but yeah, generally relatively high. Like pretty high, like phone bills, pretty high insurance, pretty like property taxes, etc. 50 is insane, yeah, but that's pretty common though. Like a lot of places in the US have the same thing. Like if you live in California, it's like the same thing. I think Seattle's also quite similar. It also depends on your tax bracket, right? Like I'm in a different tax bracket than most, so I pay more tax than the average person. Dude, you're from New York City? Man, do you know that guy License and Squeeze? I was watching a video about those two guys today. Holy shit, motherfuckers are crazy. Goddamn idiots as well. Oh, you know? Okay, interesting. Are they like super I didn't know. Today was the first time I ever heard of them. Are they like super popular there? Is that like a big thing there? Interesting. I don't know, cause I saw like a YouTube video about it earlier today when I woke up in the morning. Like that what's his name? Brandon Buckingham made like a video about it. So it's the first time ever hearing about it. But yeah, that shit is crazy. Crazy. Also incredibly stupid. Ugh, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, like, where I live, you see that like once in a while, but like, okay, like, in that video where they're getting pulled over doing that shit, or like the interview, like, the cops don't chase them. Here, that's not happening. They're fucking hunting your ass down, for real, at all costs. Like helicopters will come out, everything. Like, you're not getting away.
Yeah, I stay low in the balance zone. Don't chase breakouts, I move alone. They rush highs and cry on phones. I stack
Mother works in JFK Airport and leaves at 3 a.m. half asleep fighting for her life. She goes to street racing. Yeah, it's fucked, right? That's why like I saw that video and like, I don't respect that shit, right? Because like look, as amazing of a driver as you may think that you are, one single fucking mistake from you or somebody else on the road that does something that you're not anticipating, and that's it, right? Someone's potentially dying, etc. So that's why I'm like not really a fan of that. But yeah, no, the thing is like, yeah, being fast, like here the cops, I mean, they're not the fastest of cars, but they send helicopters out to get you. That's the thing. Like you're not flying, you're not getting away from a fucking helicopter. Like there's air patrol here. Hezzy's another guy you should see, or look at what happened to a guy named One Stock F30. One Stock F30. No, I was actually looking to like property in Manhattan. Oh, he died. Interesting. This guy's dead. I mean, all I can see is the pictures of his car, but goddamn. That's what I mean though, right? That's what I fucking mean. Main problem with New York City is the normal police cars in New York City have no jurisdiction on the highway. We have highway patrol specifically for that, but by the time they're told, the people are long gone. Yeah, exactly, and I saw that they're using like fake license plate / no license plate at all. Scary way to die. I mean, he earned it though, right? He earned that. He definitely worked for that one. I'll say that much. I can't say I have a whole lot of sympathy. Unfortunate for his family and whatnot, but like, you know, you kind of if you look for trouble, you will find it, as they say. That happened here actually, like literally right in front of my house. Right in front of my fucking house. Somebody was doing just that, and so like the way that like where I'm living is laid out, like I'm not like in the city, I'm kind of like in the suburbs-ish kind of area, but there's like a farm that the government owns in front of me, so I have like a pretty like nice view of the sunset and whatnot, because there's no houses or apartments or anything like that in front of me. But at the same time though, people come here to speed because there's no one here, right? It's kind of like in the outskirts, so you'll hear sometimes you'll hear a car drive by. Like yesterday on stream, you could hear like fucking like people flying down that bitch. But anyways, like a year or two ago, they were racing down the road, and some guy lost control, and he went flying into the government-owned farm. The car did like 30 fucking barrel rolls. The guy got sent flying out the windshield, like 30 feet in the fucking air. He obviously immediately died, like no chance of survival. And I wasn't even allowed to leave my house. The cops like had everyone that lives on our street like locked into our homes, because the whole thing was like locked down for investigation and whatnot. Fake license plate, paper license plate, blah 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 blah. Yeah, makes sense. The thing I was wondering though, like, is that license kid actually 15? I feel like that's like fake news, right? You're just saying that to like avoid his identity being disclosed. Because that's pretty fucking... No, he was 14, about to turn 15 in the interview. Like, that's pretty fucking young, right? Seems fake to me. Also, I'm curious as well, like, how do those people have all those cars? Like, if they are that young, like, how the fuck are these people driving, like, fucking, like, multiple, like, Uruses and whatnot? Someone must know who they are, though, right? Because, like, even just, like, he was using, like, a, whatever, like, he had a shiesty on, right? Motherfucking shiesty. But, so someone must be able to recognize him from the eyes, right? Like, that's a pretty telling feature if you know the person in real life. Shiestied up. How people here scam or rent a car. Yeah, that's everywhere. Here the car theft is fucking crazy. The thing is, they don't do anything about it, right? If your car gets stolen in Canada, like, good luck, right? You're definitely not getting that shit back. Like there are cases here where people like have trackers in their car and they report to the police. The police still doesn't go to get them. Well, like, I don't know if it's the same as it is there, because like here, when a car gets stolen, that shit gets sent to like Africa. Like the car's out the country in like a fucking week flat, if that. My sister's car got stolen off our driveway, middle of fucking night. Stole that shit right off our driveway, and they steal your tires too. Sometimes they'll just steal your tires, like roll up to your house in the nighttime with a jack, take that shit and later, thanks for the tires. Yeah, I mean that happens everywhere in the world. Like, that happens in like in the London a lot as well. Because what happens with these things, like the thing is, it's like I wouldn't even say they're useless. They can't even do anything because the people that are doing this are like professionals, right? Like they're not. It's not like some like random teenager who's just out there stealing cars for the fucking lulz. These are like organized crime groups that are sending cars out to like Asia and Africa. And a lot of times, like as you say, like they're looking for specific cars. So like they plan the show in advance too. It's not like they're just like fucking walking down the street and like, fuck it, let's steal the car. It's like, no, like they know what car you own, they know where you live. They're following you beforehand to see your schedule, to know when you're home, when you're not home, etc. And planning that shit out in depth. So and the one in the UK is even more fucked, because in the UK, like the police are in on it. I was watching a video documenting this stuff, and the place where they were store the stolen cars until they got shipped out the country was literally like a fucking police compound where the cars are being stored. It was crazy. It was fucking insane. Motherfuckers are crazy. Just want people to have cars. Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure. Like, here, the public transportation in Canada is pretty good. But yeah, the traffic here is insane, right? Because like where I live, like the 401 is the busiest highway in North America. So that shit is insane. Damn, what did I just do? How's this guy's Litecoin thing coming along? Did it sweep those lows or what? Close. Cops getting kickback is crazy. I mean, I don't blame them, right? It's like any other profession. You're just bound to be immoral people. Don't give a fuck. Just want some money. How much do cops even make anyways? I don't think they make that much, right? Especially given like that they're risking their life. Let's look this up. 90K a year on average where I live, up to 120 or so. 60,000 in New York, up to 100,000 or more. If you're an NYPD lieutenant, you can make over 400K. Damn. Damn. Shout out to the NYPD lieutenants. Yeah, I read the same thing right now about the 5 years. It says that after 5.5 years, the salary doubles, exceeding 100,000, not including overtime and nighttime differentials. Pretty good. It's pretty good actually. But yeah, I could see though if you're like a new cop making 50 grand a year, yeah, maybe dudes are a little bit incentivized to say fuck this shit and help people out, help the crime syndicate out. Yeah, being a cop would suck though. Well, motherfuckers are hating on your ass. Hating on your ass.
Marcos, it's shoulder to low. Again, it's time to spark up that fear. Oh go.
300,000 a month. Yeah, I was looking at like penthouses in like lower Manhattan and whatnot. Things are like 7 million plus for like pretty mediocre penthouses. The real estate is quite expensive in New York. I was also looking at like the financial district area, right? Like the whole lower part of like Central Park. There's some crazy shit though. Like I was looking at some of the listings. Like, and I'm not even talking about the private listings. I'm talking about the public penthouse listings. Because the private ones are like 200 million plus for them big boys. $10K a month. How much is that in a year? That's pretty good, pretty good. What is not worth it? The penthouses? I don't know about that. They increase in value, right? Over time. So yeah, sure, it's like expensive, but bum bum. I mean, 200 million is a lot, but the thing is, like, when you have that much money, like, there's just, like, you have to diversify to some extent, right? Like, you can't just have all your money like sitting in the stock market, for example. So like, you're almost like forced to buy shit like that, and also like high-end art. So kind of like the main escape routes to diversify your money. That's why they buy it. Because most people like that. Because I was talking to like a real estate agent from that area. Most people that own those things don't even live there, right? They're just like a foreigners that just offloaded the money to have like a property investment, and they've never even visited the penthouse once, so they'll rent it out. That's what I was looking at it. I was gonna do the same thing. Not one of the $200 million ones, at least not yet. Not yet. Soon though. But I'll try and do the same thing. Get some property out there. Rolling up bears in the wood, right? Shout out to DJ Marcos AI. Rolling up bears in the wood. $212 is about to sell for 1.1. Yeah. That's the typical trend of real estate. Like that's why what's his face? Like Floyd Mayweather, like bought like that like he bought like a whole block, didn't he, recently, of like somewhat run down area? What did he buy? Floyd Mayweather buys. Yeah, he bought 1,000 units worth of housing. That shit is like generational wealth for the rest of his family's existence, right? If they don't sell that, like it's the same thing that happens in like London, UK. Like the reason the royal family has like so much wealth there is because they own a massive plot of fucking land in the middle of fucking London. Same thing that happens in China. That's like where most like the most like upper end of fucking wealth is typically, that's how it came about. He's buying real estate somewhere or land in some like desirable area and never selling it for like hundreds of years, and now they're big juicing. Shout out to New York though. I have to gonna be going back there at some point soon. What song is this? So the chart has not moved for fucking Lord knows how long. What's going on over here? Yeah, squatters. Yeah, it's a fucking problem everywhere. Motherfucking squatters. But yeah, I know some states in the U.S. is like even worse. Barely raised rents. I don't know enough about the economics to know like the validity of that statement, because there are some places where they have to do that, right? Because not everyone raises the rent like fucking crazy, and then no one can afford a fucking house or like even a place to rent. So they do have to have some kind of like limitations on it. But what those limitations are exactly, and are they reasonable or not, I'm not sure. I have to know more. Smoking on bear pack. What, they got a 4-hour candle, by the way, right? What, they got a 4-hour candle, thang. Yeah, but like here, yeah, we have very similar laws here. You can only raise the rent like so much. It's like a yearly basis kind of thing. There are apartments that are rent stabilized that are being passed down generation to generation, and they're still paying $200 a month, and you can't do shit. Landlords, I think you mean don't fix shit, I'd imagine. The thing is, like, if they own the building, though, I'm sure they're getting pretty good fucking value out of it if it's generation to generation. But I can also, like, I get what you're saying. I'm sure some landlords don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck about that shit. Is there a way to like alt tab through trading view tabs? Is that a thing? Looks like no.
It wasn't missed. It was stored. Left behind. But waiting. Naked level, price still filled. Chart pulled back like a misstep mill. Untested point, still that deal.
Sounds like you got a bone to pick with the renters in New York. Landlords are definitely assholes. I try to see from both sides. Because building literally collapsed. What the fuck? Is that the landlord's fault though? That sounds like the engineering issue.
They say the chart look messy, but the trays look clean.
I'll be back. I'm gonna get a bowl of fruit real quick. I do need to have another protein meal before it gets too late. I'll be back in like a minute.
And no retrace. They want candles with no thought. I want structure, they get got. Too complex is how I win. You trade vibes, I trade within. You trade vibes, I trade within. Yo. Too many lines, still out trade. Too many zones, still get paid. They fake clean, I fade the fake. They move loud, I let that break. Too many tools, that's my style. Too much mapping like that a while. You clear your screen, I clear your stop. You chase the trend, I buy the drop. Chart got notes like a war map. You see clutter, I see trap. You see noise, I see the signal. You want price, I want the middle. You hate the process, I love the grind. You flex the entry, I flex the mind. You play for now, I play for range. You post emotion, I post exchange. Too many indicators, cool with me. Too much logic, that's how I see. You call it extra, I call it proof. My chart complex, cause my game the truth. Too many lines, still out trade. Too many zones, still get paid. They fake clean, I fade the fake. They move loud, I let that break. Too many tools, that's my style. Too much mapping like that a while. You clear your screen, I clear your stop. You chase the trend, I buy the drop. You want clean, I want results. You want likes, I want the vaults. You want style, I want the stats. You want vibes, I want the facts. Too many lines, still out trade. Too many zones, still get paid. They fake clean, I fade the fake. They move loud, I let that break. Too many tools, that's my style. Too much mapping like that a while. You clear your screen, I clear your stop. You chase the trend, I buy the drop. Still here. Still trading. Still winning. Marcos. Too many lines. Not enough edge. that line is still in play. They don't see it, I watch all day. Zombie low, no bid, no bluff. When it touch down, I take that stuff. They chase fresh highs, I chase
In time for the 4-hour candle. Okay, let's see if we get like a pump here. Let's see if them algorithms slash 4-hour traders give us a little bit of a pump. It was a landlord's fault. Due to negligence, lack of maintenance. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Sounds pretty fucked up to me. Hopefully no one died. Tapping 4-hour candle. God damn. I suspect we're not going to see anything happening here until like futures resume tomorrow. At least not anything particularly crazy. Also need to answer my phone. Damn. Got us some Greek yogurt, got a protein shake, got blueberries, raspberries, grapes, all kinds of shit in this bitch. What the munch? What to eat good? This boy is hungry. This boy hungry.
Breakouts, I stay calm. You call it trend, I call it con. Stochastic stretch, it's out of breath. You call it strength, I call it death. It looks so clean, but I won't bite. It's losing steam beneath the light. I ain't view you wanna see. It's what the math reveals to me. Momentum fades while price still climbs. That's when I strike, that's when it's mine. That's when it's mine. You think it's rising, I see decline. You follow candles, I watch the line. You feel the heat, I feel reversal. I move on math, not on rehearsal. Oscillators whisper low, while you chasing what you know. You by the top, I see subversion. You missed the cue, that's divergence. Yeah, MACD rolling, but the price still pumping. RSI peaking, I ain't jumping. You long the green, I watch for cracks. You want the hype, I want the facts. You call it break, I call it fake. Starch going vertical, I let that bake. Delta dry, I press that fade. Price run high, but tape the trade. Don't make some gone, I hit that flip. You call it strength, I call it slip. You want the thrill, I want the edge. You chase the top, I hit that ledge.
I'm gonna research this shit out of curiosity. NYC building collapse. Landlord negligence.
I see subversion. You missed the cue. That's diversion. but it's getting weak.
Damn, goddamn. God damn, the whole corner came down. Someone definitely died if they're under that shit.
Divergence. Marcos.
The comments are all roasting the fucking landlord. Makes sense. They're all calling him a slum lord.
Yeah. I saw your stop. And I ran it. Marcos.
Run it back, run it clean. Take the stops, fade the scene. Run it back, no remorse. Clear the crowd, stay on course. Clear, stay on course. Love, stay on course. Live, stay on course. Love, run it back, run it clean. Take the stops, fade the scene. Run it back, no remorse. Clear the crowd, stay on course. Run it back, run it clean. Take the stops, fade the scene. Run it back, no remorse. Clear the course, stay on course. One big push, just a bait. You press L, I press wait. Chart look hot, delta dry, imbalance going back on live.
Damn. Damn. Man, there is literally no fucking volume. This chart has been sitting here doing fucking nothing.
You call the top, I drew the path. You chase the move, I did the
Good day to have a nice yap session though, right? Don't gotta be too mindful of the charts, don't gotta be too mindful of the data. Just sitting here yapping about fucking whatever. Blah 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 blah. Let's kind of look at the open interest, see if anyone has done any kind of egregious mispositioning while we've been chilling. What candle was this? A lot of shorts have opened here, so let's be mindful of that. A lot of shorts have opened here. Like 700 Bitcoin worth. Whoops. So if we start the pump, they're all underwater, yeah? As we have these marginally untapped highs, I'd imagine it's the same thing across the perps as well. Yeah. Very interesting price action, right? We're coiling up on the higher time frame, and also even like the localized price action, we're starting to coil up too. Same kind of thing going on both sides. Big move is coming though, right? Big move is brewing. Whether it happens on the futures resumption tomorrow or on Monday or Tuesday, etc. We shall see. But somebody's getting swept first, right? We're just swooping the highs or we're swooping the lows first. Probably gonna get both, to be honest. Do one of these things, like a bing, 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 or vice versa. Speaking of next week, do we have any kind of interesting economic events going on? Let's kind of double check that. Because if I recall, there aren't too many, at least not from the US, other than like unemployment claims. Yeah, not a whole lot going on there. So let's check the rate cut probability. See if it's changed after this whole Moody down rating. No, still the same thing. Interesting. Definitely setting up a short squeeze though here, right? These guys that open the shorts here are setting up a short squeeze because if they start to get squeezed out, then so are the people up here, and then so are the people up here. So Cascade potentially setting up here. Starting to see Delta flip positive in these exchanges too. Interesting. Interesting. Something happened last weekend actually. Exact same thing. Interesting.
They net worth, that's my margin cap. I hit longs heavy like a sovereign tap. I don't chase trends, I bend the map. Made a mill off spreads while they took a nap. Private jet, I don't see no TSA. Charts up live while I land at Saint Tropez. Trade log look like CIA. Strategy clean, it don't play no games. Whole desk glow like a NASA bay. Quant team deep, I just say okay. Pull 10 figures out of chopping clay. All from math, they pray I slay. Use your net worth as my margin. Traded one leg, now I'm charting. Whole block flex when I walk in. P&L thick is starving. Whips on Greeks, yachts on spreads. Buy side moves while you beg for bread. I don't take breaks, I break their heads. Wrist real tight, return gets fed. Volatility crush got me winning with peace. Steady decay while I'm sleeping in Greece. Delta stack like a Wall Street beast. Meanwhile they long in the highs in disbelief. They trade with dreams, I move with truth. Models run deep from the floor to the roof. Back to speak, I don't need no booth. Just black Suburbans and bulletproof proof. Spreads wide, I compress that quick. Flash the book, then I flip that trick. Max Payne hit, now they looking sick. I was short in the dark, they was buying wick. Yeah, use your net worth as my margin. Traded one leg, now I'm charting. Whole block flex when I walk in. P&L thick is starving. Whips on Greeks, yachts on spreads. Buy side moves while you beg for bread. I don't take breaks, I break their heads. Risk real tight, return gets fed. Popping tags on Ivy Crush. Gained on dips they didn't touch. Bought your fear, then sold the hush. You want a trend, I want the flush. Floor seats paid by candle wicks. Your stop loss that paid my kicks. You got charts, I got logistics. You trade hope, I trade statistics.
Yeah, damn.
Whole exchange got me marked as a threat. They trade the now, I'm moving steps. Weeklies print like a money machine. Gamma got 'em moving like fiends. I'm in Geneva with tactical screens. They in discords with broken dreams. Yeah, the math is the math.
Shout out to the math, right? The math is the math. Shout out to DJ Marcos AI, making us trade in bangers.
I just use your cash.
Shout out to the fucking math. What are we doing over here?
Got him. Yeah. They net worth. That's my margin cap. I hit longs. Heavy like a sovereign tap. I don't chase trends. I bend the map. Made a mill off spreads while they took a nap. Yeah. Floor seats paid by candle wicks. Your stop loss did it pay my kicks. Your stop loss that I paid my kicks. You got charts, I got logistics. You trade hope, I trade statistics. Margin call, that's a down day flex. Cleared 8 figs off butterfly decks. Whole exchange got me marked as a threat. They trade the now, I'm moving steps. Weeklies print like a money machine. Gamma got 'em moving like fiends. I'm in Geneva with tactical screens. They in discords with broken dreams. Yeah. Yeah. The math is the math. They're just in the path. I ain't even mad. I just use your cash. Got 'em. Got 'em.
Turn this bitch up, right? Run that bitch back. Run it back.
Got him. Yeah. It's Marcos. You feel that? That's your liquidation. Got him. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your raft. Stop hunts with my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. Fib levels tattered on my Tesla doors. I front run whales while you chase whores. Emotion your sleeve, I see the pause. I fade your tears and cop some more. Liquidy sweep, I eat your soul. That wick up top, I plan that role. Market maker envy, I stole they code. Risk reward got me in control. Stats in my blood, I don't see red. You dream of profits, I wake up fed. Your candle closes my Rolex thread. And your stop loss, just pay my spread. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your rafts. Stop hunts with my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. You bought resistance, that's cute, bro. I took the other side, I run the show. And balance field, that's your grave. Institutional flow, I surf the wave. V-word bounce, I catch that flight. You revenge trade, I sleep at night. You scalp noise, I chart precision. Your broken dreams fund my decisions. Delta stacked, I see the lean. My P&L's fat, your screen's just green, but that green turns red. Then you cry, I'm sipping Bordeaux while you ask why. Math don't lie, but you do. You chase pumps, I move through. Your margin cool, buys me suits. Your liquidation pay my pool. I don't guess, I don't pray, I do math. Golden pocket entry, run it back. Top long, but I'm sure that's your path. Meanwhile, I print yachts off your rafts. Stop hunts with my chain, that's a fact. You full mode high, man, that's a trap. Options printing while you crash. I said it once, the math is the math. From Fibonacci to Black Skull's dreams. I don't chase, I scheme. Wall Street, scared of the king. And retail, you just fuel the machine. Got him.
My bad. Oh my god, my fucking bad. God damn. I'm remembering myself, go deaf too. Okay, we were done. We have consumed our calories for the day. Go to bed in an hour and a half or so. 1:32. Oh, we're Gucci, right? Get a nice good night's sleep. Get some muscle building, growing, or some muscle growth, right? Quality rest. Build up our kick quads. Kick somebody's motherfucking head off. I need to. Boy, don't piss me off. Boy, don't piss me off. Got him. Got him. This 30-minute candle has done a whopping what? Institutional prints, I'm bathing in the tape. VW arrives, iceberg slides, they're dead on arrival, I glide. Liquidity hunts, I'm the guy. $30, 30-minute candle. Maybe one of the smallest candles we've seen in a while. When's the last time we've seen a candle this small? And there's still some time left, but god damn, this is the smallest 30-minute candle I've seen in a long fucking time, right? When's the last time we've seen a 30-minute candle like that? Even this is not like... What an outlier that we're witnessing, right? Like, when's the last time we've seen a 30-minute candle like that? Interesting, right? Interesting data point we just witnessed potentially. That's been a while. I can't recall seeing one like that in some time. If it ends up closing like in this same zone, Even these are not like. Maybe this one, close. Not quite. Here's one. Still not quite.
I don't trade off hope, I don't trade off hate. I trade off numbers. Y'all sealed your fate. It's Marcos. You ain't got the spreadsheet, stay out the weight class. Let's go. Use the data, not your feelings. No. You panic, I'm chilling billions. Back this clean, no guessing. Edge so sharp, I'm slicing your set shot. Front run traps, I don't fall for bait. Long the top, you seal your fate. AI crunching while you debate. I let the numbers dominate.
Interesting, right? We haven't seen a candle this small in so fucking long. God damn. I'm curious how far we'd have to go back to find that, but I don't care that much, right? Don't care that much. Interesting data point though. Let's see how this resolves itself. We are sitting above the VWAP. VWAPers.
You hope for pumps, I quote my quotes. You bag old memes, I code my mode. I hedge in silence, you sink your boat. Got a leg deep, I'm swimming. Your stop lost my entry. Grinning, you call it luck, I call it win rate. Your whole month fits in my intake. Sentiment loud, but stats don't lie. You buy the high, I watch you fry. Heat map show where bulls will cry. I pull the plug out, I'm goodbye. Use the data, not your feelings. You panic, I'm chilling billions. Back this clean, no guessing. Edge so sharp, I'm slicing your set shot. Front run traps, don't fall for bait. Long the top, you seal your fate. AI crunching while you debate. I let the numbers dominate. Emotions a leash and I'm unleashed. Your entries noise, my massive feast. You call it luck, I call it stats. Try to beat me, better bring facts. The math is the math.
Interesting. Anyways. Should we go look, right? Should we go look? Well, if the candle closes like this, we're gonna go back and look, right? It's maybe the smallest 30-minute candle that's been printed in fucking like potentially months. Motherfucking months. Boy.
From the 0.5, but I know you want that deeper dive. I don't just move for any touch, but baby, you rate me just enough. You wait for pullbacks, I love that pace. You trace my curves like a fairy trace. I drop it low, right on the zone. That golden pocket, I call it home. I drop it low, on the golden pocket. Marcos fix, you know I won't stop it. Bounce back.
Show to the math, right? Show to the math. What should we do for this last hour? That's the question. What should we do?
Backtest my love is proven stats. You read my mood like you read those graphs. I don't fake breaks, I stay legit. You don't get caught, you time to dip. You my zone, my setup clean. Scaling slow, then let it steam. Pull me precision. Your body's math and I trust the vision. I drop it low, low on the golden pocket. White goes back, so you know I won't stop it. Bounce back slow, let your time that rocket. We ride the wave and we never lost it. I dip, you grip, yeah, you always lock it. A pause 16, girl, I had to clock it. Wrist so tight, but the move so profit. Golden love in the golden pocket, yeah. You don't chase highs, you wait to give. You don't short love, you let it live. Trade and sync, we move with grace. Golden pocket, our favorite place.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, you thought it was over. You thought I missed? I am the wick, Marcos. Back test cold, I don't miss that range. Stop loss hit, now you looking strange. Math too clean, can't fake this game. Top long gone, you got again. Golden pocket, I buy that dip. Wick that high, then I let it rip. You short that low, that's cute, you slipped. Now your L's paid for my yacht trip. V-web twist, I bait that chase. You FOMO in, I leave no trace. It MA's core like a venomous snake. You enter wrong, I raise the stakes. Price don't move, it haunts your fear. Stop loss tight, I'm engineer. I draw the zone, then disappear. You call it scam, I call it clear. Option stack, IV high, you read the chart, I read the sky. Your TE dreams just can't apply when Marcos trades. Retail fry. Back test code, I don't miss that range. Stop loss hit, now you looking strange. Math too clean, can't fake this game.
Interesting. I don't know if anyone's been reading about this Google Alpha Evolve or not, but this thing is pretty fucking crazy, right? Optimizing matrix multiplication and whatnot. Right? Hasn't been done by humans in fucking 50 years. Also like one of the most used operations, right? Pretty crazy shit happening over at Google right now, low-key. On top of alpha folding, right? Alpha folding in terms of the biology side as well. If you know, you know. It's really gonna print like this. God damn. Let's start looking. Let's start fucking looking.
You thought it was magic. You thought it was luck. But it was the math.
Let's start fucking licking, yeah? What are we dealing with here? 34. 33. Okay, we were down here already, right? We were already down here.
It's Marcos. The wick was me. That dumb.
Math over mercy, that's the Lord. You trade off vibes, I trade off war. You buy that top, I swing that sword. Just stop loss, pay for the marble floor. Math over mercy, that's my code. I don't pray, I just upload. Run the stats, then overload. You got
Let's just do this, y'all.
Price retrace, I time that blade. Golden pocket, I get paid. Retail trapped, I raid, they fade. Your whole account, my dinner plate. No fibs, then you get flipped. I front run moves where you panic click. Option stack, I flip that data. You scalp lies, I print on data. I don't do hope, I don't do hype. I fade your candle, I set that spike. You think it's random, I know the map. You injure down, I'm popping flat. Math over mercy, that's the Lord. You trade off vibes, I trade off war. You buy that top, I swing that sword. Your stop loss, pay for the marble floor. Math over mercy, that's my code. I don't pray, I just upload. Run the stats, then overload. You got smoked, I just reloaded. They say calm down, I say press enter. You fade my zone, you meet my center. You trace the chart, I am the chart. You hope for green, I break your heart. Game and max,
I run the pin. You close your trade, I cash that win. Delta flows, I scan within. You scalp the noise, I skin the sin. And Plavo got me flying jets. You back hold risk, I hedge regrets. They post L's, I post exits. Math built God, I just flex it. I told you, no luck, no feeling, just math. And you still don't get it. Math over mercy, that's the law. Math over mercy, that's the law. You trade off vibes, I trade off war. You buy that top, I swing that sword. Your stop loss, pay for the marble floor. Math over mercy, that's my code. I don't pray, I just stop playing. Run the stats and overload. You got smoked.
That's crazy. That's crazy. How far back does the data set go?
Another stop, another pull. You long resistance again. Got 'em.
That's how you know I look at the charts a little too much, right? This candle, this is why I was so fucking mind blown, right? Because just from looking at it, I could tell. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here with this candle? But this is literally the smallest candle since when? Since when? How far back does data set go? Until March. This was the smallest 30-minute candle we've seen since March. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, and definitely some. I got some kind of mental illness going on, right? Like, who the fuck can even notice that shit? Something wrong with my brain. I need to touch grass. That's what I need to do. God damn. Yeah, damn. How did it look on the 5-minute? Out of curiosity. That's crazy. Rid of this fib, y'all.
Say no. I'm in the Lambo trade, hit TP.
That is some crazy shit, my boy. Let's go back to nerding out, y'all.
Trade then hit cuisine. You hold that loss like it's your twin. I sell that pump then cash and grin. Villa breeze while I watch you drown. You glued the flow, I flip the crown. You fight for scraps, I flip whole towns. Your stop loss scream, that's brown sound. Don P by the hot tub, mouth still click. You on caffeine, you're tweaking quick. I'm 3 grams deep, tray still hit. Your RR trash, that's why you slip.
You wired in like it's life or death. I'm high as hell and still winning. You call that dedication, I call
And now I'm even more curious. Like, how far back do we have to go to find a candle like that? Because I can't recall seeing one like that in a while. Quite some time. What's that? Quite some damn time. Smallest 30-minute candle has been printed in months. Boom, 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 boom.
It's all math. It's not effort. It's not hope. It's me.
We're actually gonna break out now.
Got it.
Or what? If we break these local highs, all those shorts are underwater, yeah? Underwater? Won't for a motherfucking swim? Question is, are there stops here? Or are they at the higher levels? Because if they're not here, boy, definitely going to be setting up a little bit of a squeeze, right? A little bit of a baby squeeze on the weekend. Got him. Got him. Squeeze the ass.
Let's go. They still don't get it. Charge too cold, too fitted. They call luck, I flipped it. Math got me lit, I lived it. Still don't get it. Draw down deep, they tripping. Stressing charts, I'm dipping. Printing while I'm sipping.
Are all these things looking by the way?
Trey came through. You chase pumps, I fade that move. Laptop out on the Malibu roof. Why you hit sell? I'm chill with fruit. Smoking loud by infinity pools. Price hit
It would be nice if we start to go, right? It would be nice if we start to go. And then these alt things will be sending too.
Signal, I need a snack. You beg for green, I got the pack. You beg for breaks, I been
Sending, boy.
went boom, I count and laugh. They still don't get it. Charge too cold, too fitted. They call luck, I flipped it. Math got me lit, I lived it.
Just like that, yeah.
Drawdowns deep, they tripping.
30-minute candle, hourly candle, 5-hour candle, etc. coming in soon, right? 24 minutes and some change.
Small, but stack it right. You on edge, I'm on flights. You scalp stress, I scalp life. Screens on 6, still breaking even. I do less, get paid like demons. You post
What?
L's, I post freedom. You beg pumps, I don't need them. Back this lock, I don't guess. Your whole month, that's just my vest. You on the top, that's your mess. I smoked through wins and took a rest. They still don't get it. Charge too cold, too fitted. They call it luck, I flipped it. Map got me lit, I lived it. Still don't get it. Draw down deep, they tripping. Stressing charts, I'm dipping. Printing while I'm sipping. You panic, I profit. You guess I craft it. Still don't get it. Good, got him.
Got him. Whoops.
Same spot every time. Price hit level, pixel perfect. Math so clean, can't fake the snap. Never bounce like it know my name. I set the zone, it play the game. Pixel perfect, that wick so tight. Entry tap like laser light. You say random, nah it's fake. Price just math and check the rate. I mark my chart, then close the lid. Next thing you know, boom it slid. 6X no lead, that golden bid. Price respect me like I'm the grid. Risk reward, I draw bins. Price tag me like we best friends. Entry wicked, exit blessed. You hope for pumps, I test and press. Daily high, that's my TP. Low of week, that's entry fee. Algo tuck, precision deep. Yo trades loud, my moves discreet. Price hit level, pixel perfect. Math so sharp, it cut through surface. You trade wild, I trade tight. You fight charts, I got the light. Pixel perfect, every frame. Wicked zone, I click, I claim. You scalp stress, I shape the flame. Price just mathing, not a game. They say it's noise, I say nah, that's flow. You blind the stats, I watch a show. I front run truth, you chase for hope. I float in math, you roll, you choke. I don't need news, I back this fate. You panic click, I calculate. Sniper aim, no scope, no sweat. My entry marks like AI threats. Yo trade force, mine just lands. Every line drawn with godlike hands. You doubt math, that's why you lose. I win off angles, fractal views. That wick, that was me. That bounce, yeah, that too. Price doesn't move, it responds. Yeah. Price hit level, pixel perfect. Math so clean, can't fake the search. Every bounce like it know my name. I set the zone, it play the game. Pixel perfect, that wick so tight. Entry tap like laser light. You say random, nah it's fate. Price just math.
Oh damn, my laptop almost fell. I need like a footrest or something here so I can just kind of lean back with my feet up, right, on my laptop, just chilling. I got this chart. While we're big chilling.
It's like Price got the memo. Same spot every time. Pixel perfect. Mathing. Marcos. Price hit level. Pixel perfect. Math so clean, can't fake the surface. Every bounce like it know my name. I set the zone, it play the game. Pixel perfect, that wick so tight. Entry tap like laser light.
response. Price hit level, pixel perfect, math so clean, can't fake the surface. Every bounce like it know my name. I set the zone, it play the game. Pixel perfect, that wick so tight. Entry tap like laser light. You say random, nah, it's fate. Price just math and check the rate. It's not luck, it's not chance, it's math. And the math is the math. Got 'em all.
Gotta take a motherfucking piss. Yeah, damn.
It's like Price got the memo. Same spot. Every time. Pixel perfect. Marcos.
Price hit level, pixel perfect, math so clean, can't fake the surface. Every bounce like it know my name. I set the zone, it play the game. Pixel perfect, that wick so tight. Entry tap like laser light. You say random, nah, it's fate. Price just math and check the rate. I'm on
Okay.
the chart, then close the lid. Next thing you know, boom, it slid. 0.6 would eat that golden bid. Price respect me like I'm the grid. Risk reward, I draw bends. Price tag me like we best friends. Entry wicked, exit blessed. You hope.
She don't move for love, she moves for numbers. Golden entry, Marcos. She arched like the fib retrace. Golden pocket, I find that place. Her body math, no room for waste. I trace slow, she matched that pace. She bounced back like a 0.5 move. EMA touch, she slipped, she groove. Stop loss tight when she let me in. I risk it clean, reward Benson. Eyes on the chart, but she moaned my name. TP hit when I grip that frame. No emotion, just the game. But she come fast when I mark that range. Golden entry, she ride that wave so sensually. Golden entry, she pull me close when she hit TP. Golden entry, she roll her hips like Price for me. Golden entry, all this math make her lose belief.
Risk of fine, we played that dance. She split that spread in red silk pants. One candle fake, she break then trap, then throw it back like she run that map. She don't beg, she calculates. Her hips don't lie, they oscillate. I press with calm, she activate. Now we both deep in that pivot state. She don't talk, just signal right. She set that level, I click all night. Trade her body with trailing might. And close it clean before daylight. Golden entry, she ride that wave so sensually. Golden entry, she pull me close when she hit TP. Golden entry, she roll her hips like Price for me. Golden entry, all this math make her lose belief. She said don't stop till the chart
Yeah, damn. Yeah, damn.
trend and heat. She said trade me, not treat me sweet. Golden entry, she bounced that move so militantly. Golden entry, she chart my name like symmetry. Golden entry, she wick that dip then ride for me. Golden entry, I make 'em moan, the math is the key. Golden, precise.
Bum 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 bum. Yeah, damn.
She don't move for love, she moves for numbers.
Let's continue reading, yeah? We sit here and wait, patiently wait.
She arched like the fib
I think I went a little too far, y'all.
golden pocket.
A little Too far.
Body math, no room for waste. I trace slow, she matched that pace. She bounced back like a 0.5 move. EMA touch, she slipped, she groove. Stop lost tight when she let me in. I risk it clean, but what missing? Eyes on the chart, but she moaned my name. TP hit when I grip that frame. No emotion, just the game. But she come fast when I mark that range. Golden entry, she ride that wave so sensually. Golden entry, she pull me close when she hit TP. Golden entry, she roll her hips like price for me. Golden entry, all this math make her lose belief. Risk to find, we play that dance. She split that spread in red silk pants. One candle fake, she break then trap then throw it back like she run that map. She don't beg, she calculates. Her hips don't lie, they oscillate. I press with calm, she activate. Now we both deep in that pivot state. She don't talk, just signal right. She set that level, I click all night. Trade up body with trailing might and close it clean before daylight.
Fuck.
She ride that wave so sensually. She pull me close when she hit TP. Golden entry, she roll her hips like price for me. Golden entry, all this math make her lose belief. She said don't stop till the chart complete. I said girl, this is price technique, no romance, just trend and heat. She said trade me, not treat me sweet. Golden entry, she bounced and moved so admirably. Golden entry, she chopped my name like symmetry. Golden entry, she wicked that dip and ride for me. Golden entry, I make her moan, the math is the key. Golden.
I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight. I can already feel sleep coming on slowly. Eyes starting to droop a little.
Just math. Marcos.
Sleep like a motherfucking baby.
Marcos. No stress, no flinch. Just moves and math.
Love the way I move. I love the way she whine. Prices on cue, and I don't even check the time. Trust move just like her waist. Calculated every line. Math in motion, wrist and ride. Profits drip like wine. Clean, no effort, I glide through trades. Monte Carlo, mind and shades. Lagos nights with London pace. Chart that dip, then ride that wave. Cuban link and Tokyo Tech. She wet like entries at Fib Respect. She bounce with levels I don't forget. So teach me the game, I just said math. I don't chase, I shift the floor. I'll go work while I pour some more. Sweat your lot, I sip offshore. The bias loud, mine built on core. Back test smooth like skin on tan. Wick so clean like the way she stand. She whine to the beat like the RSI. Pull back.
Zeldris, yo Markatos. How am I doing? I'm doing amazing. How are you doing? Just relaxing, unwinding. Just witnessed the most odd of odd things, right? Caught my eye. This last 30-minute candle, I was mind blown. I was looking at this thing, and I'm like, look at this thing. Look at this thing. I was mind blown looking at this. This is actually the smallest 30-minute candle we've had in fucking months. Right there. I was mind blown. Sitting here waiting for a 30-minute candle. It was $33. Caught my eye, right? That's how you know I have no life. For the first time in months, we see a candle and I immediately notice it. Something wrong with my brain. I need to go outside.
I love the way she whine. Price hits on cue,
How are you though? Let me move this so I can see from over here. A lot of those recently. Yeah, I mean it makes sense, right? This past like 2 weeks have been pretty like, intense. Like we had the Fed meeting, we had CPI, we had PPI, we had like Powell speech, etc. Just all kinds of crap going on. So I think it's time for the market to take a little bit of a breather. Can't sleep thinking of ways to make money. What do you mean? You're looking at it? You trade, don't you? You stressing for money? I feel way behind with how speedy things are. I suppose, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're like a, because you said that you're like a higher time frame trader, so we have been sitting in the same range for like over a week now, like 10 days or something. So not a whole lot going on if you're not playing the swing trades at the edges of the range. Aside from trading, I mean, there's lots of things you could do. Lots of ways to make money out there. Or are you in a desperate need of cash or something?
Why would I own the throne? Trade from a beach in Côte d'Azur. You grind for scraps, I print couture. She loved that brain, that calm and law. TP hit, then the bed get pure. Villa view while you stress your fill. You chase hype, I press then chill. Even her body move like a drill. Structured tight, I know the feel. It's not emotion, it's just design. She rides slow like profit line. One hand trades, one hand wine. She said you too cold, I said refine. She loved the way I move. I love the way she whine.
Got into a TIA trade entry. Let me see what's gonna happen. TIA? But that was one that we were in last time, correct? $255. Interesting. Yeah, I mean definitely a lot of garbage to sweep, right? Definitely a lot of unswept garbage here. Where's the TPO at? Balance right, the single print. Babbing? Interesting.
Paper trading.
I mean, we'll see right now. We start to go here. This is the thing that there's like a lot of shorts open right here, and if we start to go up higher, like they're all underwater, and then the people that open the shorts here are gonna start to like get squeezed with them. So like we're potentially witnessing the beginning of a squeeze here, but bulls do need to break these highs first before anything. Because there's also a bunch of garbage to sweep below. But yeah, and if someone's like not a trade right now, this is like definitely an awkward time to get into a trade. Like fortunately I'm positioned, so I'm just waiting, right? I'm just waiting to see what happens at this point. So because we're coiling up on the lower time frame, and we're also coiling up on the higher time frame. This is the 4 hour. So like we're just seeing a lot of compression right now. Right at the point of control. I wouldn't say desperate, mostly comparing myself to others. Not a good trade, but at least keeps me going. Yeah, I mean that's fair, that's fair. Yeah, I don't really not too concerned with what others do personally. But it is like motivating, I suppose, right? To see people that are out there doing their thing. No rush though, right? No rush. As long as it's not impacting how you trade. Levels I'm looking at 100k, 96, 95. Yeah. The 100k is quite high in the sentiment data. So I suspect if we do come down to 100k, we're gonna blow lower to like at least down to like 98 or something. But we'll see. We'll see if we come down here. We'll see what the data looks like when we get down here. Because like, we already cleaned like a lot of the liquidity that was in this kind of region. Like got with this wick. So if we are gonna make a move lower, it's quite likely that we're gonna attack this garbage. 96, 95 in play as well. A lot of levels of interest down here, right? A lot of levels of interest down here. I wouldn't even be surprised if we start going lower, like in the 91, 92 region. And if S&P starts to roll over, better look out. Not looking like it though. Not looking though. We'll see tomorrow, right? Futures resume tomorrow evening, so I'm not expecting a whole lot of volume. Like there's no volume right now. Like they're seeing very low volume. So I'm not expecting a whole lot for the rest of this evening or tomorrow during the day. Maybe something comes out in the news that like changes that or something to that effect, but we'll see. We shall see.
Demo, I sign real deals. Draw down tight like a waist in heels. Wrist so cold it don't even feel. They count my wins.
Also the ordering matters. That's the other thing. The ordering matters. Like if we start to head lower without cleaning these highs, I'd be pretty surprised. And also it would make me kind of think that quite likely that we're gonna bounce and then come back. But if we like clean the highs first, then like I'd be a bit more paranoid of how low we're actually gonna start to go. In Spain the last week. Shout out to you. My dad's there right now, actually. How was it? Yeah, I remember you mentioning that, actually. You mentioned that a while ago that you were, like, planning to go. Shout out to you.
Penthouse trades in my Lambo shade. Too much proof for the hate you made. You watch my wallet like Bloomberg tape. You fake shocked, I just rotate.
Whether it was on and off? What part did you... Oh, you just wrote it. I'm stupid. My bad. Interesting. What's the weather like there right now? Interesting. How was the trip in general? I mean, I suppose aside from the weather, like, was it your first time there or anything of that nature? Damn. Oh, where are you from, anyways? I don't know if I've ever asked. Where did you travel to Spain from? So let's put it back on the other chart. Tortilla? The tortilla? Yeah, the tortillas are pretty good.
You wish. It's the math. Marcos.
My mom makes that for me all the time. It's fucking fire. Fire. Like, got me a personal Spanish chef whenever I go back home. Really easy to make too, right? Easy to make as well. Like you can definitely learn how to make that shit yourself pretty easily. There's a lot of good food there in general, though. I mean, it also depends what region you're in. Like each region has like their own kind of specialty or own spin on things. Like the tortilla, for example. Like different regions make it differently. In general, pretty tasty. This laptop is so damn. What is wrong with this thing? This laptop is like melting my lap. I'm putting this thing down. God damn. With all due respect, you and the culture, the women are. Why would that offend me? What the fuck would I care? I'm talking to some Spanish girl right now, actually. You know what's crazy? So I went home for Mother's Day like last weekend to where I'm from, like in Toronto. And I met some Spanish girl there who's fucking fire, by the way. And what's it called? She is from the same place where my parents are from, and my parents are from the middle of fucking nowhere. Like the population is like 2,000, if that. So I was like mind blown. Like, what are the chances of that? I did the math on it. It was like 0.6 decimal places to 5. Shout out to her though. Had to get the eyes to myself, or else my girl would notice. Yeah, that's how. I mean, that's how it goes, right? At least you got a girl though. Oh, I'm curious though, because I've been hearing some pretty suspicious things about the females there in terms of like, like very like woke mindset, etc. So I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of that, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are a lot of attractive women there, and they're all sun-kissed, right? Sitting in the sun, that ocean mist olive portion. Agree with the woke part, yeah. I think most people do, because it's kind of nice, right? People are starting to finally kind of come back around to some sense of normality. For a while, it was looking pretty grim. And also, like, the other problem with that is, like, like, it's like a subset of woke people. Like, okay, like, it's okay if you have, like, woke opinions on certain things, but it's, like, the extremist vocal minority subset that, like, really kind of ruins it even more. And unfortunately, those are the loudest ones, right? That's typically the case with most things. The vocal minority make everyone else look bad. Works both ways too, right? Not just in one direction. We're gonna start to go up finally. Are we starting to go? Oh, this Link thing is sending. God damn. Shout out to Link. Shout out to Link. This trade is sending right fucking now. So is our AVAX trade. Too bad we didn't get like a lot of size in this thing. Goddamn. It looks like everything is starting to send those, which is nice. All 5 of our alt trades are all sending. I'd imagine yours is starting to send too. Yeah. Interesting. Shout out to Celestia. I'm kind of waiting to see. I'm waiting to see what happens with S&P and whatnot, but I kind of want to buy like a Celestia spot bag. What's the funding on this, by the way? Because this is like a pretty aggressive move down compared to some of these other alts. Like the other ones didn't really see a move that intense. Celestia, Tia. Yeah, makes sense that it's negative. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting.
Paper trading.
Shout out to Zeldris though. Zeldris and his girl, his ting.
Marcos.
You move like Price when it knows a zone. Pull back deep, then you ride back home. That arch too clean, that frame too mean. I set the fit, then you set the scene. 6 meet right where you land. Perfect bounce when you drop and stand. Don't need candles to see your plan. You hit that pocket like you understand. I know where you want me. I know how to hold it. You drop the shot so slowly. Now baby let me hold it. Drop it low on my golden pocket. Right on time, like you knew the target. Not so smooth, girl, you just locked
Been to any parts of Asia?
now, don't you stop it.
No, no. That's like my next kind of like region to tackle. Asia and Africa is basically the only places like I haven't been to. So those are the next on the bucket list.
Golden pocket, girl, you blessed it.
She retrace slow, no random flow.
How about you? Why do you are you from there?
She don't fake breaks, she take control. I feel that lot, then let it roll. I don't trade less, but I hedge that risk. Golden zone got me caught in bliss. One move from her, then the math got flipped. She ain't no drawdown, she that hit.
I dip so deep, I make it bounce. You watch the chart, I watch the count. You read my moves like candle wicks. Now grab my hips and click that fix. Drop it low on my golden pocket. Right on time, like you knew the target. Not so smooth, girl, you
Asia and Africa. And I guess like I mean I don't know if New Zealand counts as like Asia or like oceanic region. Need to go there as well. My sister moved there, so we'll be making our way down there at some point relatively soon. No, but I'm thinking of sweeping some parts there. The nature is beautiful. Yeah, it looks like it. It does look like that. I always hear good things. I always hear good things about like that kind of area.
She don't move off noise. She move off math.
Good food as well. I was actually looking into moving to Singapore the other day out of curiosity. Like I'm not like actually planning to seriously move to Singapore, but I was like as a potential destination of areas to move because that is quite a booming financial place. I was doing some research on what's like really going on over there. Looks interesting. They're hyping me up about it.
Golden pocket.
Yeah, maybe makes sense. Makes sense.
just like Price, girl, you know where to go. Marcos,
And I don't know why. Like I don't know like the.
you move like Price when it knows
Speaking of beautiful women, like, I wouldn't really say I'm into like.
too clean, that frame too mean. I set the fib, then you set the
Like not that like I don't find like Asian women not attractive, but like compared to like I'm used to like a sun-kissed brunette, right? That's the kind of thing I'm used to. So the Asians are a little different than that. But like there's like a certain kind of like Singapore mix that I see along Canada that like fit into that category. Pretty nice, pretty nice. So I imagine there's a lot of those there. Imagine there's a lot of them there. What background is your girlfriend? Shout out to you though, it must be nice. Yeah, like me, I'm so tired of being single, goddamn. I just wanna lock a baddie down and call it a day. Slavic, unfortunately, he says. Don't kill me. You are funny. know, it's funny because, like, I, maybe like 2 months ago or so, I was like, I wasn't dating this girl, but it was like one of those, like, you know, situationships, we'll call it. But she was from, like, Macedonia. Boy, that girl's crazy. Motherfucking crazy. Which is, like, pretty common for that region, right? So when I read what you wrote, like the unfortunately thing, it just made me like laugh thinking about that. The attitude was going all right for now. How long have you been dating? I mean, you must have been dating for some time if you're traveling together already, or are you just fucking moving differently like that? Just flying them out first date international, like yeah, boy. 4 to 5 years? What do you mean going alright for now? Must be going better than alright if it's been that long. But yeah, I mean, if you really like her and whatnot, you should, right? Definitely should. Because personally, I am fucking tired of dating. Tired of it. Don't got the time. Trip to Spain made me second guess. Oh, interesting. Is this your first time traveling together or something? Like, we've been around, but Spain is my first. I mean, no, I don't have enough context to know like why that potentially changed your mind on the trip, but I'd imagine it's something particularly serious. If not, maybe potentially fucking up, right? Potentially fumbling the bag. Essentially fumbling the wife bag. Interesting, okay. Is that true? Kids, god damn, settle down and have kids. Yeah, damn. Time is it? Damn. No, life is all about after all. Yeah, for sure. I think people that don't want kids are like fucking like mentally ill / like unhinged to some extent. And I tell it to girls all the time that don't want kids, right? It's to their fucking face. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. The way I view it is if you're someone who that doesn't want kids, you're like a... And I'm not talking about people that have like some kind of health issue. Obviously that's like an outlier, or we'll ignore those. But aside from that, like, I just think it's like an incredibly greedy, selfish decision to make, right? Like, literally, like, okay, whatever belief system you have, right? However you believe human life started, does not matter. For you to be alive at this point in time, there's been an unbroken chain of reproduction for you to be alive. So, like, I don't want to hear anybody sitting here saying fucking... that their life is so hard, blah, 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 none of that bullshit garbage. Because like, there's no fucking shot that out of that entire chain of humanity for you to get here, that you in the 2020 fucking 5 is having it the fucking hardest. Like, get the fuck out of here, you're an idiot. Anyways. Anyways, right? Don't even get me started. Motherfuckers are crying because they can't buy like a new iPhone every year, that their life is so hard. What? What are you talking about? Don't piss me off. Bum, 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 bum. And the other thing about it is that, like, you know what I hate about that whole thing too is I feel bad. I feel bad for people like that because I've seen it so many times now. Because like I'm like in my early 30s, so like I'm at the point now where I meet a lot of girls that are like in their like mid / upper 30s, maybe even some of them like in their 40s, and like you're on the clock, right? You can't have kids forever, and a lot of them come to that realization that they want to have kids and whatnot when it's too fucking late, right? When they're like 35, 36, like people don't want to fucking date you anymore, and then they're all in some like depressed fucking state at this point, and you're starting to see it show up in the data across the world too. Like, I feel bad. It's like these people are like brainwashed to thinking like having kids is bad or something. Makes me feel kind of bad, right? As much as I'm sitting here talking my shit, I do have some sympathy as well. And the thing is, like, whenever you talk to these people about this, it's always the dumbest excuses, right? Like, oh, like, I can't travel with my kids. Yeah, you fucking can. Or you can just wait until they're a little bit older, right? Instead of traveling when they're like 1 year old, wait until they're like 4 or 5. Or like they complain that like they won't be able to afford it, yet they waste all their money on fucking stupid needless shit. Anyways, whatever, right? Whatever. If you know, you know, right? And we know. I agree. I 100% agree with that. 100 fucking % agree with that. Definitely agree with that. You know, it's funny. I find it quite interesting that like if you the interesting thing about like dating apps and whatnot is the amount of data that they produce, and like the studies and behaviors that are coming out from that world is incredibly fascinating actually. In terms of like how men versus women approach dating and how they select their partners, etc. Like women are like extremely binary, right? It's like 0 or 1, right? There's no fucking in between. Whereas like guys are much more reasonable. Like they do actually scale people from like 0 to 10. And I'm not talking about just looks, right? I'm talking about in general, like all kinds of things. But yeah, like when you're operating in this world, it's gonna be hard for you to find someone to date, right? Especially in a world of social media where everyone is like expecting the absolute most. Dating apps are transactional? What does that mean exactly? What does that mean? market like exchanges where people evaluate each other based on surface level traits, like looks, job, income status, profile details, rather than deeper connection or compatibility. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I don't, I don't know if I go as far to say it's like an escort. Like for me, that's the primary way I date, is dating apps. I don't have time to do anything else. But I wouldn't say I treat the women that I meet on there like fucking escorts. I want to pick a girl up dating apps. Yeah, it's really hit or miss. It depends, right? Like I would say for every like, I don't know if I have to put a number on it, but maybe for every like, maybe for every like 50 girls I match, or like maybe like 25, something in that range. For every like 25 to 50 I match, maybe there's like 1 or 2 that I'm actually like genuinely interested in, that seem like a normal human being. I think that's more so a reflection of me than the females. I'm a pretty fucking weird person. Pretty weird. But I mean, I've had like 2 pretty good like long-term relationships from dating apps. So I mean, I've had my success personally, but go to a library and pick up a girl from there. Yeah, I mean, it's true, right? It is true. 'Cause at the end of the day, like, you walk into a library and there's you know, my friend told me this once when I was in university. I'll never forget it, because I was like, okay, it's kind of true. Like, because at the time I was dating some girl and we broke up, and he's like, dude, like, why are you upset? And I'm like, what do you mean why I'm upset? Fucking, we just broke up with this girl, like, I liked her, blah blah blah. He's like, bro, you can literally walk into the library and see like 100 of her in 20 seconds. She's not gonna find another you. And I was like, interesting. Good point. Good point. Good fucking point. Happy wife, happy life. Yeah, I agree. Happy wife, happy life. It's why I want to date someone. Like, I'm tired of being single personally. A lot of them hoes. No, but I mean, I don't have any, like, me personally, like, I'm not jaded in terms of dating world or anything of that nature, like, right? Because I meet a lot of people. It's not like I have problems meeting people. It's just, it's like the very few people I enjoy talking to, like, long term. Because like, I like to be with someone that's pretty, what's the word? I don't want to say intelligent. It's not that they're intelligent, but more like they're reasonable and like pretty calm. I know women typically are not like emotionally calm, grounded people, right? That's kind of our role in the relationship, the male's role. But the thing is that when I do find people like that, I'm like pretty happy. That's always the people that I date long term, is when I find someone like that I get along with. That's people I end up dating. Only problem, it's few and far between. But yeah, but that girl I'm talking to right now, the one I was saying from Spain, super chill, and a fucking big ass nerd too. She has like her PhD in biology. She's like doing some like world leading cancer research in Toronto. Funny, right? Funny, sarcastic. Can also take a joke. So yeah, I'm digging the vibe so far. Digging the vibes. Make sure you get a nice woman that has more to offer than that. Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah. Of course.
Wake up late in a G-Wagon seat. Chart already printed while I sleep. Pit flow hit like a breeze from the east. Matt too blessed, I don't need to preach. Got no alarm, just alerts with grace. Face it, it don't work when I trade in space. She said, where you from? I said, no place. Cause Airbnb, penthouse, no trace. Trade journal look like a Forbes recap. Private
profit, equity ringing my trap. One click, I let that level snap, and the feel too smooth, it don't even slap. No rush, just rain, no flex, just brain, no talk, just mass, in the mad, brought back, no fear, just frame. She move with aim, she dance on beat like she trade the same. Don't need charts when the structure's known. Don't place trades till I hear that tone. That low hit twice, I'm back in zone. I hedge with flow, they chase alone. I don't pop out unless it's earned. I don't rotate unless it's firm. You post L's like lessons learned. I just study, then let it burn. Got linen robes in multiple hues. Don't check stats, they check my moves.
Would it be a bit that's a worse way to date, right? Damn. Okay, these trades are really sending, yeah. God damn, this link thing could be a fucking mega juicer. God damn. We are in some juicer trades right now. Especially if we actually start to come clean like all this garbage. Boy. We're putting a down payment on the new Lambo for real. ASAP. Holland dealership tomorrow. Be some very nice trades. Yeah, I hope so. Cause like all of the alts are looking the same. There's just like a bunch of garbage. It's like marginal, unswept, lower highs. And inside that happened to me too. Well, on AVAX specifically, because on AVAX I had like I had this fib drawn, and I had orders set like here, and I had them in like a pyramid. So like the lower we went, the bigger the orders were getting, and I only got the first one tagged. Feels kind of bad, but whatever, right? The link one is we are deep on the link one. 6-figure position on link. Boy. I also reloaded my Bitcoin long, so we are even bigger of a Bitcoin long. Thing is, I don't know if this is like gonna get as big of a move, right? Alts are more volatile. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, exactly. Better that than like dumping the clip and then just reverses on you and you round trip everything, get wrecked. Has happened to me before. As with most trading mistakes, right? I have been wrecked in many different ways. Boom. Thing is, I'm getting tired. It's got a 30-minute candle again. I think we'll wait for the next like 6-hour candle. Probably go to bed at like 2:30. It is the weekend, so also a long weekend where I live. And retracing the whole move. It's possible. Definitely. You know, sell in May and go away, right? Let's not get too bullish. Definitely possible. Or even just a kind of like one of these kind of things, right? Just something like that, where we just like chop for the rest of the summer. Not out the question by any means. That's why I haven't I haven't loaded them, like I haven't loaded up on spot bags on a lot of these alts. I'm still waiting to see like how things kind of develop for real. Sure, we missed like the lows on some of them, but like I don't really care, right? Because if we are gonna get like a real pump, like the real pumps doesn't happen until Bitcoin like breaks all-time highs, so there's no like rush, right? I'd rather get like make a shit ton of profit on the initial Bitcoin pump than take those profits out and then put that in the alts and then get like the 20-30% moves that they make in like a week or two, and then moonwalk out that bitch later. Get out the market, let everybody hold my bags, and then I'll see you back down at the lows. Right, as per usual. Same thing we did here, right? Just sold our bags here. Motherfuckers were laughing at me. Laughing at me. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here loading the bag, right? Told them to hold my bag, right? Hold my bag for me. I'll take it back down here, right? Shout out to you for buying it, though. Got him. Got him. Don't know what they're doing. It looks like we are starting to go, though. Let's see if these shorts close, because I'm very curious if their stops are up here or not. If they're not, then they're gonna like set up the squeeze for real. Some of them are closing. Okay, interesting. We'll see once we breach those highs what's really going on. It already got swept on Bybit. Interesting. Bybit has already swept the high. What's going on BitGet and Binance? Interesting. Okay, a lot of them have closed out, so potential squeeze averted here. We'll see how that develops. Got him, got him. Yeah, let them laugh, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I gotta make some more AI songs with the Gotham. Get the Gothams going. Let's shout out our imaginary line, right? Our imaginary line is price bouncing off it again. Shout out our imaginary random lines on the chart. That $1 trillion assets keep it bouncing off of pixel perfectly. We already talked about this. What are your thoughts on the credit rating downgrade FUD? Hard to say. I was actually like researching this on Friday because I'm not like particularly well informed enough to give you like a very deep, well thought out opinion. Because I don't know, because like for instance, there's different entities that do like credit ratings, right? And other ones have already downgraded the US before, so it's not the first time this happened. And the last time that it did happen didn't seem like a particularly meaningful thing. Like it wasn't like a huge like tailwind effects because of it. I haven't finished researching like how like the importance of Moody, right? Like right now, like I have like a to-do list I was gonna do like probably tomorrow of like what other countries has this happened to? What was the effects happening with those countries? Blah blah blah. I mean the futures didn't have like a huge reaction, right? We did get like a pretty big wick down. We'll see tomorrow, right? We'll see tomorrow when the market resumes, like what's really going on, what they're thinking in the futures side of things. Cause like the news came out and they all like bing 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 bing, right? Like start to nuke. So we'll see when they resume if this continues or what. I don't think it's personally a big deal, cause I mean, but hard to say, right? Hard to predict. Are we beginning to witness the fall of the US dollar as a world reserve currency? Possibly. Could also be a fucking nothing burger, right? Stable coins are starting to rise in prominence. That would like kind of cement the US dollar as like the world reserve currency for much longer. Yeah, I don't have a particularly well-informed opinion on that just yet. I do need to do some more research still. You a dog or cat or something? What do you mean, am I a dog or a cat? The fuck does that mean? Neither? Do I have? No, no, I don't. Like I have like wood floors here and whatnot, and uh, like leather furniture, etc. So I'm pretty sure animals would fuck that up. But I also have like minor allergies, nothing crazy, but I have like outdoor dogs and cats in Spain. Like our like family has them on the farm. Give me a dog. I mean, yeah, I could, but it'd be a bit hard. 'Cause the other thing is like, I travel a lot. I travel, not like travel like crazy, but like I skip town back and forth pretty often. So I don't know if that's like the most ideal scenario for a dog. On top of like the whole living situation here of them like ruining your floor with the nails, etc. Maybe I'll get a dog. I did consider during COVID. I ended up not doing it. I was like, you know, I felt like I was getting baited, right? I was getting baited into getting a dog, like a lot of people did. I have to look into it though, cause like it definitely have to be the least allergenic type of dog possible. If I get one of those like massive fucking like huskies that like shit like everywhere, I would get wrecked. I wouldn't be able to breathe. I'd be taking allergy pills every day for the rest of my life, or until the dog passes. We're starting to send. Okay, okay. Question is, are we seeing a bunch of top longs open after this sweep or not? Not really. Damn. Why do you have a dog? Are you a dog lover? So what are your thoughts, Harris? What do you think about the down rating? Help me out, right? I can't research everything myself. I need some help.
Should've stayed demo. Goofy. I ain't even logged in today. Nope. Still smoked your breakout, took your play. Yo. Off a deuce a walk in a M6 drift. Had the chart on my lap, still called that lift. You scalp and stress, I scalp while faded. My bot caught feels while I medicated. I'm laughing off drawdown, eyes half shut. You pray to the screen, I don't even look up. My wrist said TP, my phone said bing. She said, what's that? I said, just swing. You dream of flips, I lean and win.
Yeah, I was reading that as well. Like they also like lowered like the rating of the S&P and whatnot a while back. I was looking it up. What was it? Yesterday, I had like a ChatGPT conversation going about that thing, but I never ended up finishing that whole train of thought. Also, like, do they ever like I imagine they must switch it back, right? Like, it's not like a permanent.
still text your ass. Price hit level, I blinked it past. Y'all chase pumps,
Hmm.
I sip and laugh. Off the chart, off the dream. Sipping that tech, no need for steam. High as hell.
What do the yields do? Where are the yields?
Stop hunt king, I finesse your team. Marcos, zooted. Still ran laps around your whole setup. You clicking hard. I ain't even blinked yet. Got him.
Not much of a reaction. We'll see how these go when they resume as well, yeah.
Off the czar, off the walk, off the map. Still got hits I lost in my pocket.
You try to trade that, should've stayed there more goofy.
They announced after market close as possible we could gap down and spend the day retracing on Monday. Yeah, if it does, I don't think they're gonna like change the rating back anytime soon. It's like the whole debt issue is like quite a high time, like the extremely macro situation. The highest of high time frames. Yeah, we'll see. I'm probably gonna be streaming tomorrow. Actually, I don't know what time. Yeah, this resumes at 6 tomorrow. I'm usually at the gym around that time. So like, I don't know. Maybe I'll come home a little bit early to catch this to kind of see if there's any kind of gap setups in terms of trades. But if not, we'll be streaming later on in the evening. Yeah. Either way, we'll be around, right? We won't let it get too far away from us. I'll try and go to the gym a little bit early though so we can catch it, just out of curiosity. I'm curious to see what happens, or curious to see what happens, because this S&P stuff. Maybe not have another massive gap here below as well. We talked about this, right? This was the plan that we've had for fucking weeks. We talked about breaking this level and then seeing the back test. Are we gonna finally get it and see what's going on for real or not? Or not? Or not? Also a little suspicious of like we're seeing volume like start to decline pretty like aggressively, right? A little sus. Also a lot of retail buying here. Like I was looking at the data earlier today. A lot of the recent buying has been like very retail driven. So making me a little fucking suspicious. But that's exactly what happened on this move up right here. High retail activity. Yee! Later! Later! Got him! Got him! But at the same time, like, somebody's gotta do it, right? Somebody's gotta fucking... You know, we need zombies down the... Someone has to go down the zombie-infested hallway, right? Somebody's gotta do it for us. So, let them test the water, see what's going on, and then we'll act accordingly. If the zombies eat them alive, then fucking sucks to suck, right? They got God. We're sitting here laughing. Also, roll we just blast through, right? Because we are quite close to the all-time high at this point, so FOMO does not just impact retail. Institutional players also get impacted by FOMO, right? In reality, like 10% of institutional entities like know what they're actually fucking doing. The rest are basically retail that just work in finance. Funds that like fucking have shitty performance stats year after year, like barely adequate. Blah blah blah. How's a weekly coming along, right? We get a weekly candle tomorrow. Not too bad. How are these other charts looking? Out of curiosity, Tossi's on the weekly. Interesting. ETHBTC is a joke. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going on with ETHBTC. I mean, I was talking about this the other day. I mean, if it was gonna bounce it back, this is it, right? This is. Better hope it's around this area, because the oscillators are getting pretty fucking wrecked on the weekly too, right? So this was the most likely spot to see a relief bounce, the bottom of this whole value node. Blah blah blah. Question is, are we getting one of these, and is it gonna go lower or not? Or is this finally the bottom for real? Because it could do like this, right? And then just have like a weekly divergence on the RSI. Not out of the question by any means. We also never tapped the lows on ETH. Like this, all this garbage. Did it get this on derivatives? Oh, I gotta zoom in to see this. Yeah, we never got. How much open? Let's just look at that. Actually, out of curiosity, how much open interest got left behind down here? Let's go take a look at some ETH data. Right, let's get dialed in. Put it on the weekly. It's gonna take forever to load. Oh my god. Okay. Not a whole lot left. What about this? Okay, at least on Bybit, there's not much of a reason to come back down here. What about on Binance? ETH. Because if that's the case across all the exchanges, then I'd be very suspicious of us having to come back down here, right? It seems like most of the longs that were up in this range, this wick being got them all. So far, it looks like that. Yeah, interesting. Good to know. So I do have quite a sizable ETH bag just in there staked. Compounding. Didn't even check the chart, it's all instinct. She said you good, I said barely.
Off the mat, drifting slow in the McLaren. AP look like the chart I sketched. No cap to face, even showing resistance levels. You panic when price go parabolic. I just lean back in this.
Look at the open interest on Biddy. What's going on over here?
I had your love in the penthouse sky. Yeah. Off the mat, I ain't even here. Jet too loud, wrist too clear. Draw down fake, profit too real. They want the alpha, but they can't.
People are starting to get pretty aggressive right now. We're starting to see a lot of longs start opening up here. Okay. What's the spot market up to? Same kind of thing, okay. This better not be one of those fucking stupid ass overnight pumps that I miss, right? Go to bed and it just fucking sends overnight. Better not. Better not be. This is an important level to watch though, this golden pocket right here. If we're gonna get rejected, it's probably here. Right at the golden pocket, naked point of control, blah blah blah. Bear divs would be getting printed, etc. How's the 5 minute starting to look? Starting to get overheated on the 5 minute too, right? Interesting. I want to stay awake now, right? Potential short opportunities brewing here. Ain't gonna be awake to see it though. Damn. The old me would like set limits, right? Like kind of limits, like that kind of thing. But I've been wrecked one too many times doing that. It blows through the whole fucking thing. So maybe let's not do that. Might miss the short though, damn. It's okay though, because that means all of our longs are juicing. How are these things doing? Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Guys, oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Goddamn. I need to get more water.
Now I'm jogging. Palm trees bend where I parked the rose. Price came back, then I split that soul. Lamborghini yellow like Euro strength. She curved like fib, I marked her length. Back test cold, but my heart on rest. Yacht hit waves, but the stats digest. Dubai high rise, wrist look fine. Chart like silk when she whine in time. Told her baby don't guess, just breathe. Price gon' come, just believe the speed. Off the math, I ain't even here. Jet too loud. Wrist too clear, draw down fake, profit too real. They want the alpha, but they can't feel. Off the math, lost in charts. I bought that zone, then I bought that car. Ferrari wide like a weekly gap, and the field hit hard like a market slap. Off the weed, that's childish. Off the lean, that's broke. I'm off the math, and I'm still up.
3% across the board. Also, these memes, man, these fucking memes. I mean, we are in a Doge and a Pepe long, but damn, this Nero Mudang thing, god damn. Even the Peanut one, god damn. God damn.
Private jet smell like code and cash. Didn't run no news, still caught that flash. She talking love, I'm talking stats. That fib hit deep, now I'm back in class.
I feel bad for people who don't trade memes, to be honest, right? Whenever like Bitcoin starts pumping, like a very visible, easy pump, these things are just free fucking money, right? Just close your eyes, long a meme, and you're sitting there laughing.
I'm gone, eyes on low, but the trade's still on. Don't chase pumps,
I don't. You are missing out, my friend. You think they run the hardest? If memes, if these meme coins didn't have like caps on how much size you can open on them, I don't know if I would trade anything else. It's just fucking ridiculous. 20% in one fucking day, no leverage. By the way, right? This is just no leverage. 27%. 10x leverage. You're about to have a 20% fucking move. Tripled your entire position. Should be making no sense. Everything's starting to send for real right now. God damn. God damn. Hopefully we see the reaction up here relatively soon. I'm gonna be getting the short thing. Check out Vine. Nice rounded bottom on high time frames. What is this? Yeah, that's why I don't trade like low cap memes. Like you're not gonna catch me on fucking Dex tools trading that garbage. But first of all, I can't even. If I traded those things, I could literally print the fucking chart myself. I would sit here printing the chart for the lulz. Those 10 mil, 20, 50 mil market cap coins, bet. Marco's coming through wrecking the chart. Solo dolo. I don't know what this Vine thing is though. What is this? Let's kind of do some research. So what is the market cap on this? $40 mil. Interesting.
Single cut, too bad he's talking about buying whole, but I'm off this math, just watch it unfold. Cuban link got gamma weight, my drawdown light.
I mean,
microstake. You press for pumps, I press for space. Off the walk and I still embrace. I'm off the math, off the meds, off that loud, still 2 steps ahead. Market dead, I still blade green.
Looking relatively weak compared to everything else, right? Vine is looking relatively weak compared to everything else. Tell you that much. Also, I wouldn't really call this like an accumulation bottom, rounding bottom on a 20, 40 mil market cap coin. Doesn't really mean a whole lot. Like 2 or 3 people can like cause this. So. But yeah, I mean, let's kind of like let's kind of drill into this a little bit. Probably gonna see quite the move here, right? Oh, these wicks already tell me that there's some straight fuckery going down on this thing, right? For sure. Some order book fuckery. Let's kind of see if we can find some other data on this. What's this called? Vine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure, right? Probably missed the, for me personally, I would have been entering lower, because you do have, like, obviously all this garbage going on here, like, being, I'm sure there's, like, regular divs happening on this side on the lower time frame. I'm sure there was, like, an entry opportunity over here at some point. Right? The stacking and divergences going on. Curious what the funding is on this though. That's what I'm curious about. Are people getting paid to enter this right now? Fine. Not really. How much data on this though? Whatever. Interesting chart. Interesting chart, right? Shout out to you if you got into this thing.
I just let it sink. Penthouse high, no floor below. She throw that back like a weekly low. You set alarms, I set the tone. You click in fear, I glide in zone. Wrist AP, but I trade
A little bit too low cap for me, but
too bad he's talking about buy and hold. But I'm off this math, just watch it unfold. Cuban link got gamma weight. My drawdown light like microstate. You press for pumps, I press for space. Off the walk and I still embrace. I'm off the map.
pretty sure it's a dumbass meme. I couldn't really tell. I was reading on like ChatGPT. It says it's some like it's related to the actual like the app, like the Vine app. But I don't know if this is like ChatGPT just stupid and like it's giving me some shit information and I should like research it better or not. What happened to Ohm? Yeah, I was never like involved in that, so I'm not really sure like what ended up happening there. What's going on with that chart anyways? Did that thing ever recover? Or like not like fully recover, but like some kind of bounce? No, huh? Oh my god. That's funny. Don't never see that, right? Interesting. Like weren't they claiming that this was like like they were blaming the derivatives market for this happening kind of thing? The developers?
Bugatti drifting like my last size did. Didn't even look, just placed that bid. Top shelf loud, that Biscotti twist. Walk too pink in a Baka twist.
We have left a single print behind. Okay. Mark that thing out. Leave it marked.
Marble floor, she slide on socks. Woke up once, still cleared up box. Off the gas, off the grid. Trade hit profit.
Oh no, it's been rugged. But like, but did they actually like? I know that some of the like the people that had tokens were like dumping, but like, I don't think that was like a straight up rug pull, was it? I think there's like a little bit more depth to the story than that. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. The thing is, like, ever since like like the more my account grows, the less I trade alts. So like I'm typically only like kind of paying attention to Bitcoin like in depth these days. Sure that no matter what the market cap is, if that shit rugs on WhatsApp. All alts are meme coins. Yeah, I kind of like operate under that. Like I definitely have a belief that some have like a actual product market fit, right? Like Solana, Link, Ondo potentially, right? Stuff like that. Like Render. But aside from like a couple of projects, like, and even those, I wouldn't even say like I'm like 100% convinced. Because the problem with like crypto is that it's like a rapidly evolving, iterative technology. So like even let's just say these products are all legit, good product market fit, etc. Like a year from now, something could come out that's like better, right? Like faster, cheaper, more scalable, better integration with Web 2, blah blah blah, and then that's it. Project's dead, right? So I'm not planning to marry my bags personally. Maybe I'll leave like a little bit of a moon bag in some of these things for like down the road future. But the thing is, like, if we're gonna enter a bear market, they're all gonna come down fuck anyways, right? So like, even if you are a long-term believer, you should still be selling it and buying back into the lows if you're a believer. You should never just be sitting here fucking AFK, just holding it for fucking ever.
Bugatti drifting like my lost size bid. Didn't even look, just placed that bid. Top shelf loud, that biscotti twist. Walk too pink in a baccarat twist. Eyes half shut, but the entries land. Villa so quiet you can hear the scan. Marble floors, she slide on soft.
That name, I was trying to read this guy's name for like fucking 5 minutes, but I see it now. Rye guy is kind of a fly guy. Thought it was a bunch of fucking gibberish at first. What's going on? Let's look at the lower time frame, right? Because if we are gonna enter short, I'll be looking at the lower time frames.
Still hit levels while I barely blink. You chase price, I just let it sink. Penthouse, handle floor below. She throw that back like a weekly low.
Interesting. Let me open it up over here. Leave the 1 minute open on this side of things.
But I trade from gut. Math too clean for a single cut. Two buddies talking about buy and hold, but I'm off this math, just watch it unfold. Cuban link got gamma weight. My drawdown like microstate. You press for pumps, I press for space. Off the walk, and I still embrace. I'm off the math.
The thing about some of these alts though is like the ones that are tied to stable coins are gonna be pretty important. Yeah, stable coins is a fucking huge narrative. Tremendous real world use cases that are important. So yeah, stable coins are no joke, and whatever blockchain supports them in a major way was going to be probably see like the spillover effects of that.
I'm off the map. Still building pyres. Off the loud. Still got your stops. Off the walk. Still got rich. You sober.
Poor high. We left the poor high behind. 104.02. There's a lot of sell walls in the order book up here. A lot. Could get pulled obviously, but both spot and derivatives have a lot of sell walls up here.
Limits, pivots, I'm setting the tone. Size so deep, price will move on its own. Flash that wick, that's me in the zone. You chase pumps, I bank and I'm gone. You play streams, I post limits. Whole trend bends when I set
Interesting.
Short the low, that's your ticket. Top gets long, then I flip it. They can't match weight, they adjust the range.
Interesting.
Look strange, no news drop, just Marco's place. Volume spikes when I open space. You call it chance, I call that data. Candle wicks talk, I read them like paper. One big block, I don't move like retail. I draw the line, you call it.
Yeah, shout out to the map. I'm waiting all night for this, right? Waiting all night for this. The first thing I said when I first turned on the stream and I was setting up Exo charts on my laptop, I was talking about this. Like literally every exchange, all the contracts had like divergences on the CVD, right? Like the market selling was like ramping up. I mean, we were just putting in higher highs. So obviously there was definitely some absorption going on there. Whole trend shifts off risk I rate. Top get squeezed while I sell calm. Your moon is my exit, thanks for the palm. Golden zone, that's my canvas. You never know, right? Never know. It could always change in a moment, right? Order flow can change in a moment. I'm just watching to see like how many shorts are closing and how many longs are opening. Because a lot on the low time frame, like on this candle, a lot of longs open here, so like they're already underwater. Got him. Potentially. Delta's starting to flip negative too. The only thing is I don't trust is like the structure right now, right? Like not really seeing anything particularly interesting here. Not at a level of interest for me personally just yet. Wouldn't be surprised at all to just grab the single print and go. Would also have like divergences in the lower time frame, yeah. If you go like the 1 minute, a bunch of bear divs, or sorry, like hidden bull divs. as like these reset. So we'll see. Maybe we come down to the VWAP and then go kind of do something like this. All kinds of things possible right now. But for now, we're gonna sit in our hands, be a little patient. Boom, boom. Sit in our hands and be patient. Boom, boom. Shout out to the math. Math is the math. Also, out of curiosity, how's this looking? Interesting. Potentially we miss a short here, right? But like whatever, right? Not enough edge for me. I mean, based on this thing though, like the fact that we close outside a third standard deviation, quite interesting, right? Don't see that too often. Only one example we saw, and it was a reversal. Show to the stats, right? Show to the stats, show to the map, blah 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 blah, all that good stuff. Why isn't this scroll wheel working? There we go. My horizontal scroll wheel was not working.
They call him imaginary, but Price still respects him. Every bounce, right where I drew it.
Yeah, definitely don't see that too often. We'll see how that develops out of curiosity. Boom, boom, boom. I'm keeping some of the long here, by the way, on this if we do get here. We're closing some of the long. How are all these things doing, by the way?
You need fibs and a double test. I blink once and I plot the rest. No alert set, no screen up late. Price reverse like it knew my fate. She said, where's the zone? I said you passed it. Line too thin, but the bounce been classic. Stop hunt came, they thought it died. Then price shot clean from my drawn out sky. Wrist on gold, chart on mute. Bot hit feel like it knew the route. They still chase alpha. I just thinking. Price still moves when I lift that ink. Pixel bounce. It's from a ghosted line. Price obey like it's signed in time. You draw trend, I draw design. Chart move right when I press that mind.
Volatility got me awake. I was about to go to bed. Now I'm fucking wired. I'm a fucking addict. I'm hooked. Hooked to the math.
Invisible ink. Visible power. No magic. Just placement. Precision.
Also pretty bullish if we don't grab the single print, right? If we just start to just fucking reverse mirror and send. At least for now. starting to leave behind imbalances, right? Leaving behind time-based imbalances.
They call them imaginary, but price bounces every time. Funny how fiction keeps printing. Marcos.
Shout out to the DJ Marcos AI. Where are we on this playlist? This thing's been going for fucking ever. How far down did we get? My eyes are dry as fuck though. Should go to bed to be honest.
Imaginary lines, price still bends. No alarm set, but the chart ascends. No crowd sees it, but I still send. Invisible truth with visible lens. Imaginary lines, no need to prove. Price pull back, then sticks that move. You scalp noise, I sculpt groove. They ask why, I just said it move.
Okay, we'll leave that open for now. Just put it over here, y'all. So let's start marking these sweeps out on the perps.
Imaginary lines, price still bends. No alarm set, but the chart ascends. No crowd sees it, but I still send. Invisible truth with visible lens. Imaginary lines, no need to prove. Price pull back, then sticks that move. You scalp noise, I sculpt groove. That's why I just said it move. No guessing, just marks, just math. You think it's fake, but your stops think it's real. Marcos.
We'll fix these after.
Not every box is equal.
Make them pixel fucking perfect, right? Pixel fucking perfect.
They draw them all, but red means mine. Marcos.
What song is this? Fuck this shit. It's a motherfucking energy right now.
Other boxes look real nice, but they don't flip charts twice. Red box bleed, wicked stuck. One touch hit, then boom, bad luck. Draw it thin, but it folds your trend. Price go ghost.
Light up that hopium. Smoking on bullpack, rolling up bulls in the wood. Green kettle trap, thought they understood, but the top ticked hype, I knew they would. Ash on the desk from the overlongs. Now I'm chilling with a trend gone wrong. They saw breakout, I saw bait. I fade emotions, low that way. Pulled up slow in the map.
In reality, we should be kind of marking the ones that have like the most liquidity on it, but 2:30 in the fucking morning, so don't care that much right now, right? We'll just plot them all, and if we swing fail pattern on any of these, we'll just kind of know right away. But we'll go look in a sec and see exactly where people are hiding out at on these charts. Right? Let's see who's in the fucking scope. That's what we're about to do. We're about to go hunting. Okay. Let's see the reaction down here, right? While we wait for that, let's look at this. Because that's the thing, right? A lot of longs open here, they got trapped, but like now you're seeing the shorts open, right? So if we do bounce, and then these shorts are like adding to the fuel, right? Fuel to the fire. fuel to the fire. Looking like a golden pocket too, right? For the math lovers.
Rolling up bulls in the wood. Green candle trap, thought they understood. But they top tick hype, I knew they would. Ash on the desk from the overlong. Now
Leave this like this.
they saw breakout, I saw bait, I fade emotion, I load that way.
See how this plays out. Interesting. One oh three nine. Okay. These two specifically. If we're to even go up there, right? It could be reversing right now because there's definitely some signs of exhaustion showing up. Maybe we missed a potential short here, but not at our level, right? Stick to our own plan. If people took that short, good for them. Personally, we stick to our own plan. We miss it, that's okay. Shout out to the math. How's all this data looking over here? Oh 37. 1037. What? How's that even possible? How the fuck? Hmm. 30-minute candle's about to print too, yeah? 30-minute candle about to print. Do you ever use anchored volume profile? What is an anchored volume profile? Like, you mean this? The fixed range? Anchored volume profile? What is that? Like a V. What is this? What is that? What is it, like a session one or something? Is this the same as SVP? Oh yeah, it is. It's the same. So this is like a session-based one? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes, yeah. But not too often. But like, yeah, I do have it open. Like these numbers, these like burgundy ones, are like kind of like yesterday's session volume like profile numbers, right? Automatically updates. You set it on a swing. Interesting. Oh, typically I use like the VRVP, the fixed range, and sometimes like the session one. I use anchored VWAP a lot. I want to talk about anchored stuff. I got all these like lines down here that are confluencing in this zone, or was it? Like these three are like anchored VWAPs. Like one's from like the all-time high, one's from like the low, and the other one's from, where was the other one from? I don't even remember now. Where's the other one from? Oh yeah, this purple one's from like the impulse that started this move up to the all-time high, which probably a bit needless at this point, but have it on there. I probably should delete that though, to be honest. I think these two will suffice at this point. We'll leave it on for now in case you see some kind of reaction, but I use this one more than anything though. The VRVP is like the main, the staple. That's the main one. Single print has been grabbed, yeah. Single print has now been grabbed. Delete that thing. See what happens, yeah? Are we gonna bounce here at the golden pocket or not, right? Pixel perfect, huh? What? How? The question is, does it hold or not? Or not? Show to the golden pocket. How are these alt positions doing? Damn. The question is, do we close out some of these potential alt trades, right? Start closing some of them out. Because they did sweep a lot of like the local highs. So if we are going to reverse here, probably should close some of them out. Or at least like shave a decent amount. That's not round trip fucking... I don't even know how much is this. 20, 25, 45, almost 50k. Goddamn. Let's not round trip that, right? Let's not be little fucking noobs. 3-minute candle with a print, okay. Closed right to 618, okay. Bum. Yeah, damn. Why isn't this thing loading? Wait, why isn't this loading? I'm looking at a sea of red over here. God damn. Goddamn. Bears have been bullying. Goddamn. Where are these longs at? Interesting. We'll watch the reaction here, yeah? A lot of these longs haven't, all the longs that are open here have not closed yet, right? They're still sitting in this thing underwater, so I'm curious if their stop loss is here or lower. If it's not here, I'm probably gonna take profit on some of these alt trades. So I do want to go to bed, right? So I don't want to be like, I don't have to be mindful of like managing it, and waking up in the middle of the night checking it and shit, right? Right. A lot of people call it liquidator right there. You can tell by the candle, right? When it does one of those baby ink like that, you can tell people got spanked. A lot of the Bybit longs just closed. Okay, interesting. Not on OKX though. These OKX motherfuckers, goddamn. Goddamn. Interesting. Yeah, damn. Goddamn. We'll give it some time, because we have pretty deep entries on these alts, so there's a lot of wiggle room to play with. Look at how sus though. Bulls like definitely want to hold this, right? If you're bullish, you definitely want to see this get held. Because if we start to like lose this shit, the VWAP and whatnot, these trend lines, what these trend lines really mean is there's sweeps to be made, right? Liquidity to be grabbed. Bunch of unswept lows and bunch of unswept highs. Also perfectly reasonable to kind of retest this zone, right? We did finally break out of the value area. So retest the VWAP, retest the point of control, the imaginary trend line too, right? Let's give it some time. So I got too carried away in the lower time frames. I gotta get baited. Let the 5-minute oscillators reset, blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Have you seen the monthly potential wedge on ETH? The monthly potential wedge on ETH. I haven't seen it, but let's look. Oh, this thing you're talking about? Yeah. Yeah, we did look at this at some point before. I mean, I'm not much of a pattern trader though, right? Like, I mean, yeah, I suppose like, it's interesting to make note of, right? But like, I'll never just open this chart and just trade this just because there's a fucking wedge on ETH. Out of curiosity, right? Out of curiosity, what would the target be on that? Assuming we broke out somewhere here. Interesting. The expected value of this would be lower, so probably be like around here somewhere. 5k, 6k-ish. Interesting. Well, we'll keep note of that in the back of our brain, just out of curiosity, right down the road. Hathor said anywhere between. Who the fuck is Hathor? Who dat? Who dat? We are starting to see the oscillators reset, yeah. We now have the hidden bull divs, and the lower time frame is starting to get regular ones soon. Let's see if we bounce here or not, right? Or not. Are the bulls gonna save this bitch or not? ChatGPT. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, right? It is possible. I think a lot of what ETH is gonna, it's hard to anticipate, right? Because like the thing about ETH is, it has an ETF. So far, none of the other ones do. So like the question is gonna be like, the Solana and like XRP and Hedera and all those ones that have like ETF proposals get approved soon or not? Because if they don't, then like the only route to traverse down the risk curve for institutions is going to be Ethereum, right? They're not going to have the opportunity to like allocate to Solana and whatnot. So in that case, Ethereum will probably go higher than I would be expecting. That I would be aiming at the higher targets. But if all of them have the ETFs out when like Bitcoin starts pumping for real, then maybe I wouldn't be aiming as high. We also don't know what the adoption is going to look like on ETH, right? A lot of financial rails and stable activity are being done through ETH. So we'll see how that progresses. Yes, I imagine we'll get some kind of, some pretty sizable pump at some point, right? The greed is always going to be here. People are going to want to go down the risk curve. Just the nature of fucking humans. Motherfuckers get greedy, and then motherfuckers get got. Got him. Got him. ETH on the monthly. We looked at it on the weekly earlier. I didn't check the monthly though. Let's look out of curiosity.
Marcos.
Yeah, same kind of story.
They shorted the low.
Thing is, like, I don't know. Like, this chart is like. If I was looking at this like a typical chart and just using like statistical oscillating data and whatnot, I would say yeah, pretty cooked right now, probably due for a bounce. But like, there's also like Ethereum as like an asset, a little suspicious, right? Like Solana, faster, cheaper, better. Same with Sui. Same with anything else that comes out that's new. And like, they have to redo like their entire tech stack. Like they've already announced that they're redoing the entire tech stack, right? So it's like. And it's gonna take years for that to come out. Is ETH gonna be relevant in years? Who the fuck knows, right? And in which case, this thing's going to fucking zero. So it doesn't mean a whole lot. What fucking value it's at. But we're not there yet. That is not the case at this moment in time. So let's not get too carried away speculating. Let's not get too carried away, right? I gotta take a piss. I'll be back in a second. Definitely missed the. I mean, whatever. I wouldn't even say we missed a short here, right? Because we didn't even like sweep these levels, blah blah blah. But shout out to people that took that trade, right? If you took that trade, shout out to you. A little bit too risky for me personally. A little too risky for me personally. Okay, back in a second.
Marcos. Bottom shorters. Smoke. Fear funded the lifestyle. You got. The math is the math. Marcos. It's short of the low. Again. It's time to spark up that fear. Oh God. Smoking on bear pad, rolling up bears in the wood. Red cannabis thought they understood, but they bottom tick fear, I knew they would. Ash on the chart from the oversold. Now I'm chilling while the breakout hoes. They saw breakdown, I saw the base. They short of strength, I bought their place. Nah, pulled up clean in the midnight bins. They shorted that wick, said this the end. I saw the flip, I knew the bend. Then price took off. They
So let me stand my ass back up. Tired of sitting fucking down. Looks like potential hidden bull divs from the last swing low, September 2019. What the hell? I don't know if I would give divergences, like multi-year divergences, that much weight, but are we talking about? Are you talking about this chart? Which chart are you talking about when you say that? Let me change this fucking song. We're on the smoking on bear pack right now, but I think they're smoking on bull pack. Show the DJ Marcos AI though, right? Should we put the wait for the VWAP song, right? So we're doing right now, waiting for the VWAP. Wait for the VWAP. ETH monthly. ETH monthly. ETH monthly. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I wouldn't give these too much weight though, right? It's a little bit too delayed. A little bit too delayed. Yeah, I wouldn't, I don't think there's much edge to be derived from that in terms of like divergences and whatnot. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know if I'd be given that whole lot of attention. I mean, but it is there, right? I suppose it is on the chart. Bum, 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 bum. ETH has been so shit, it's hard to get Cypher. I mean, the thing about ETH that people aren't realizing is the open interest, right? The open interest. I'm not sure if you know how like the funding farming works, the basis trade. So first of all, like everyone's sitting in shorts up here, just farming the funding for a while, right? But not only that, but like this whole move down, the amount of short open interest on ETH is fucking insane. It's insane. Like I'll just show you one exchange for the fucking lulz, right? Out of the mini, just toss one on there. For the lulz, we'll put this on what? The monthly or like weekly? Let's do weekly. This is what? What's the number on this?
That week ain't real. That high.
Whoops, that's not the right math. Okay, so this is ETH. Hold on, let me switch my overlay. Let me switch my overlay. I mean, this is on Binance alone, by the way. We're not even talking about the other exchanges. Right, this is the amount of shorts on ETH since these three highs. Right, that's 3 million ETH in shorts. Right, so let's do the math on that. Let's do the math on that. 3 million times 2,500. Right, that's $8 billion in ETH shorts waiting to get squeezed, and that's just on Binance. So when we start to tag these highs, this thing is gonna, right? It's gonna fucking melt through this shit. So yeah, people are sleeping on it, right? The sentiment's in the trash, blah blah blah. But that's what you want to be seeing, right? When everybody finally has their will broken, giving up all hope, then we send that bitch. And juice. So I don't think all hope on ETH is lost just yet. I think it's all these positions, like obviously a lot of that's hedging, right? So it's not like just fucking a bunch of retards sitting there just fucking waiting to get liquidated like morons. There are hedge positions. But they're happy to get stopped out, right? Because like when the shorts close, it's like buy pressure. So it's like you hedged your position, and then when you finally do get closed out, you earned all the money from the funding fee, and then you're pumping your spot bag. So that's why you should always be hedging, right? Hedging helps out your both positions. If it were shorts, would there be an increase in open interest with declining CBD? What do you mean? The thing I showed you was shorts. Like the open interest was like the one above it. Like the mid showed like OI, and then it showed like net longs, and then net shorts. And also like CBD is just like just measuring aggressive market buys and sells, right? What's going on over here? 10 minutes after the 30-minute candle. Can we close above our imaginary line or not? Or not? Or not? Or no. I'm kind of hungry again. The sell walls have been moved down. Interesting. Interesting. People opening positions with negative CBD is shorting. If open interest declines along with negative CBD, it's long positions closing. Well, like we need to like let's have a bit of a refresher here. Yes, let's have a bit of a refresher here. Like CBD is like measuring market buys and sells. Buy/sell. So if this is declining, all it's telling you is that there's like more market selling than buying, right? But like we have to account for limit orders as well. Yeah, in general, like if you want to see like a sustained move or like a move where open interest is confluencing, like whether open interest you want it to be going up. Like if you're bearish, right, you want to see open interest increasing as price is going down. And the same thing if you're bullish, you want to see price increasing as open interest increases, because that means people are opening positions into the move, right? Because if you're seeing price decrease as this is decreasing, then like it's like a squeeze, and it works the same way in reverse, right? If open interest is decreasing as price goes up, then like you're seeing a squeeze of shorts. But like CVDs, like to measure like if you're kind of witnessing like a absorption. I hate writing on here, and I hate writing with this mouse. Slash exhaustion, right? Helps you gauge that. We also don't have to guess, right? We can use tools like ExoCharts to see exactly what positions are opening and closing. We don't have to speculate. I think using CVD with that will tell you if it's longs or shorts is opening or closing positions. Well, think about it. Okay, like let's say CVD is going down. Okay, so there's more market buys than market selling. And we're talking about perps specifically here. We're talking about just the perps right now. Okay, so perps CVD is declining in terms of market selling. But there can be limit orders in the order book that are absorbing this, right? In terms of like perp limits, people using like the best bid offer and whatnot. So that alone is not going to tell you the information you're like trying to determine, right? Like let's say there's like $100 million worth of sells, and then like 20 million worth of buys, hitting the bid. Buys. And trending, right? So obviously this is gonna be trending down. But if there's 200 million limit orders in the perp order book, it doesn't mean anything, right? It's gonna absorb all this. CVD down, OI up. Yeah, but you have to look at it all together, right? You can't just look at the CVD and the OI. You need to be paying attention to what's happening on the spot market, etc. Not as simple as that, but like the general idea is correct. The general idea is correct. The CVD is only half the equation, right? CVD is only market orders. You have to remember that there are limit orders as well. Like in that example that we just had of the 100 million versus the 200 million, that's 200 million worth of longs opening, absorbing the 100 million worth of shorts, even though the CVD is declining. Know what I'm saying? Oh, damn. Damn. POC got me centered in peace while you panic by highs on zero relief. I know the auction, know the range. If it's out of balance, I don't engage. You in the trap, I disengage. I see that spike, I flip the page. Volume low, I feel the fake. The move was loud, but it won't stay.
Back in value, I'm okay. You lost the edge, I kept. I'm sitting pretty at the value high. You try to break, I let it fly. Don't get baited, don't you try. That whip was fake, you know why. Back in range, I find my zone.
I mean, and just intuitively, it makes sense that there would be a crazy amount of liquidations up there ready to be squeezed. I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly, like what asset, but yeah, a lot of hedge positions on a lot of these crypto assets to the upside. Specifically ETH, right? Because not ETH also has like CME open interest to the upside, right? CME, where the institutional big boys be at. Let's not forget about the CME ETH aspect. Actually, we should probably add Solana, right? Because Solana has CME now too. We should probably be tracking that chart, actually. Let's add this thing on there now that it is on CME. Put this up here. Bobbing. I'm getting tired. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. God damn. God damn. God damn. I might just set some TPs into the downside. If we do get lower to close out some of these alt trades, we don't round trip them. Cause I don't want to sit around watching this still, to be honest. My eyes are getting dry. Motherfucking dry. I guess there would be stops at the macro tops. So hitting those levels, stopping the shorts will turn positions into buys. Yeah, exactly. Like when you short, you are like the exchange lends you a Bitcoin or whatever, right? You sell it for whatever price this is. And then when you're closing that contract, you have to buy it back to return it, right? So at the end, the final step in that process is a buy. So longs closing is a sell, shorts closing is a buy. So you are correct, nail on the head. Right guy, my guy. Oh shit.
I said imbalance, caught that wick, pure elegance, reeked his fake, no relevance, now flowed off
yeah, damn.
There is regret, they scream recession, I took that bet, one last flush, that's as good as it gets, I scoop they lows while my wrist resets.
Well, to get us, what are we getting? God damn, god damn.
They rush the fear, I move with grace.
Very curious to see how futures resume tomorrow. Very curious, right? What's gonna happen over here? Close above our level. Okay. Okay, let me set these orders. No, get ready to call it a night, because I'm getting fucking exhausted here. I'm not planning to stream for 6 hours, but here we've set, yeah, 6 hour stream, goddamn. But here we are. Let's make sure we set these orders to the downside, right, in case we do end up like nuking. If we don't, then sick, right? Sick. We're gonna be waking up some juice tomorrow then.
Smoking on bear pat, rolling up bears in the wood. Red cannabis thought they understood, but they bottom take fear. I knew.
Let me put something more chill on, right? Something more chill for the end of the night.
Now I'm chilling while the breakout hoes they saw break down. I saw the base, they short of strength. I bought their place. Nah, pulled up clean in the midnight bins. They short of that wick, said this the end. I saw the flip, I knew the big.
She don't move for love. She moves for
Oh,
numbers.
oh, oh.
Golden entry. Marcos. Yeah. She arched like the fib retrace. Via golden pocket, I find that place. Her body math, no room for waste. I trace slow, she
Let's do these in order. Okay.
bounce back like a 0.5 move. EMA touch, she slips, she groove. Stop loss tight when she let me in. I risk it clean, reward been sin. Eyes on the chart, but she moaned my name. TP hit when I grip that frame. No emotion, just the game. But she come fast when I mark that range. Golden entry, she ride that wave so sensually. Golden entry.
Okay.
Pull me close when she hit TP. Golden entry. She roll her hips like price for me. Golden entry. All this math make her lose belief.
Risk of fine, we played that dance. She split that spread in red silk pants. One candle fake. She break, then trap, then throw it back like she run that map. She don't beg, she calculates. Her hips don't lie, they oscillate. I press with calm, she activate. Now we both deep in that pivot state.
She don't talk, just signal right. She set that level, I click all night. Trade her body with
What's the last one? BNB.
before daylight.
BN Bizzle.
Entry. She ride that wave so sensually. Golden entry. She pull me close when she hit TP. Golden entry. She roll her hips like price for me. Golden entry. All this math make her lose belief.
Okay.
She said don't stop till the chart complete. I said girl this is price technique. No romance, just trend and heat. She said trade me, not treat me sweet. Golden entry. She bounced that move so millically.
Okay, cool. These things are all set, all prepared. Looking to borrow a small loan of $1 million so I can short this shit. Yeah, I don't know if I'd do that. Also, don't know what shit you're referring to. Yeah, all our orders are set. If we do start to head lower on these alt positions, we will be closing out a good amount. On top of having our stop loss above break even, right, in profit. So we're gonna be getting some juice out of all of these. Worst case, some decent juice too. And if we end up holding this and bouncing right at our imaginary line, then that would be juice, right? That would be nice juice. Gonna be waking up in the morning with a smile on my motherfucking face, boy. Surprised to see my dude still streaming. Yeah, me too. I wasn't planning. I was planning to go to bed at 1:30, but then we started to like break out. Motherfuckers kept me awake. Kept me awake. But I mean, whatever. It's a long weekend, right? Who cares, right? The extra push, extra grind, whatever. I was yapping for a while earlier, then I was reading for a bit, so at least we were a bit productive. Also had some pretty interesting questions. Got to look at some data points that I was not aware of, etc. Yeah, this was a 6-hour juiceathon. Pretty active too, right? Pretty active actually. Pretty active stream in the chat today. Was going pretty hard. Shout out to everybody that was hanging out. Yeah, yapping, keeping your boy entertained.
She don't talk, just signal right. She said
Also, let me look at this as well. Interesting. How's the order flow looking? Starting to flip back to the bull side. Damn, I want to stay awake, but whatever. Whatever. Because the thing is, I wanted to get into a short. That was the reason I was staying awake, right? The real reason is not because of the pump, it's because we're not in a Bitcoin short right now. Right now, I have like no short exposure in anything, Bitcoin or alts. And I'm waiting to see the reaction of this point of control, right? At this golden pocket naked point of control. Blah blah blah, like value area high of this volume node over here, etc. Right? But we never made it there, right? Never made it there. They didn't even sweep this stuff on derivatives, so I was kind of surprised that we like pulled back here, right? It was a bit odd to me. Like maybe I'm like missing something I wasn't paying attention to. Definitely caught me off guard though. So we didn't sweep anything. I mean, we printed a poor high here too, and there wasn't even like orders in the order book, so I don't know what happened there exactly. Maybe I'm just a little fucking noob, don't know what I'm doing right, I'm just brain dead. But yeah, I was hoping again to short, and the thing is, like, even like structure-wise, I didn't really like have anything particularly interesting going on, right, on lower time frames. It wasn't like we had like a swing fail or like failed auction, etc. Right, just kind of rolled over immediately. Even on the 1 minute. So we had a single print to clean below earlier, right? That was like the main thing I was watching. There was like a single print, like where was it? Here, at the yellow line or something. Whatever, right? Perfectly reasonable to see like a pullback at this point to this kind of shit. I want 103.7, 103.9 to get hit. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. That's what I was waiting for as well, but didn't make it there yet, right? It's just that's how it goes sometimes. I'm very curious to see how this ends up resolving itself, but ain't no way I'm staying awake though. Ain't no way I'm staying awake. Like, I just set my orders on like these alts. I'm in a lot of alt trades right now. Like I'm in these 5. But like I set up my things to like if we start to roll over, I'm gonna like close out some of these positions, and then I like my stops, like I move them up like even like they were break even, but I put them like even a little higher, so like they're in profit on top of the orders. So a night well done in that regard, right? All the trades hit, juice. Should we just throw them bangs on the screen, right? Just to let motherfuckers know how we're fucking moving, right? Motherfuckers know. Boy. Boy. Yeah, damn. Yeah, damn. Get, damn. So where are we on this? Switch the overlay out. Overlay has been switched. It has, okay. A little ball bank, a little ball bank. Right? All 5 trades, all the juice in. On top of the Bitcoin long too. Boy, don't piss me off. And if we don't reverse here, if we start to go on these are going to be some juicers, especially the Link one. Big juicer. We'll worry about that when we get there, if we get there.
shades. Legos night to London pace. Chart that dip, then ride that wave.
If we get there.
Tokyo Tech. She wet like entries at Fib Respect. She bounced with
Whatever, we did our job though, right? We got into the trades, managed our entries, managed our risk, and now just let the market do its thing, right? No longer in our control. Our job is done. Complete.
She love the way I move. I love the way she whine. Price it zone on Q. And I don't even check the time. Charts move just like a waves. Calculated.
Anyways, yeah, let's start wrapping up here. I'm so tired. I can't even like fucking think at this point. I'm like falling asleep. And I had the most intense leg workout today too. It's a thing. Like crazy leg workout and then an hour of cardio on top of it. So my legs are, I'm standing here fucking like I'm feeling like a zombie. I can already feel the DOMs. Just make sure we don't miss anything particularly interesting before we call it a night. If there's any juice to give you guys or any alpha to potentially give you guys. Aside from the fact that a bunch of shorts got trapped here, right? The longs here got trapped and the shorts down here got trapped. Most of these longs have closed, but on OKX they have not. And the shorts, none of them have closed yet. So I'll leave you guys with that little juice there. You can look at the rest of the data yourself, right? Are starting to see lower time frame absorption happening here again on the CVD by the bulls. So looks like potentially about to do another leg up, but we'll see. Question is, do I set an alarm here, right, for potential shorts? Let's just do it, fuck it. But if I wake up and I'm like too tired, I'm just gonna snooze that bitch and go right back to bed. Right back to bed. Probably gonna sleep through it, to be honest. Probably not gonna wake me up. So this is a little shout out to the chat. Yeah, a little shout out to whoever's in the chat today. Right, shout out to Harris, shout out to T-Bit. What else we got in this bitch? Shout out to the Nightbot, right? Even the Nightbot was in here yapping today. Shout out to me, right? Shout out to Spread Plays. Who else did we got? God damn. It was like a long ass chat. Shout out to Zeldris. Who else we got in here? God damn. Shout out to Rye Guy. It's kind of a fly guy. Long ass name. Fucking damn near had like a brain aneurysm / stroke trying to read it the first time, but we figured it out. Shout out to Drummer, shout out to Sean. Shout out to the DJ, shout out to the Math, shout out to all that. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. I don't know. I kind of want to be back to see the gap on futures. I definitely kind of want to be back to see how these things start to move tomorrow. So either A, I'll be back when these resume at 6, or like worst case, I'll be like the usual-ish kind of time, like 8-ish PM Eastern. And yeah, I'm calling it a night. I'm tired. 6 hours straight and not expecting that. Looks like we're starting to get a move here. So if you, hopefully all your trades go well, whoever's in trades. And I'm out here. Calling it a night. Hope you guys have a beautiful, beautiful evening. We'll be back soon. Later. Don't get got, by the way. Don't get got.